Okay. Sure. Well, technically, I did start it. This is a more of advanced character at this point. The ability of the will of the gift of the tree is actually real easy to level another character. Now, it is titled this way because, sadly, but this is very similar to my OG necromancer, but see a very different take. Summons are now tied to your board itself. Summons are now individual. They're no longer just one unique race dead, which, I mean, it makes it kind of worse because they lessen the effect to have the other crap. So what's being really felt, and I can tell the difference, is the lack of the aspect of cursed aura. That shit is very being felt currently. And unfortunately, like, it's only obtainable by one or two different things. See, normally cursed aura would be here, but there is a ring of cursed aura. Well, it compounds with two different, because cursed aura was our execution, was a mainstay execution. It allowed it to do that because that's why the whirlpool aspect pulling in was not a thing. See, technically, this is the build where Armor of Curse Spikes shines. So, they changed over power as well. So, it's a really big one. Oh, if I like this. You're having to lean heavily on. You're having to lean really heavily on CC. It's really. It's not terrible. It's not a terrible existence as much as it is a very unique. Like, weapon damage is very good. Weapon multiplier is a good one too. Now, I had to change one thing I did from the prior one, and that was the ability to summon wolves, which is just additional minions. And whenever I get another one, I'm going to have to reroll that. Get another one of those and reroll it. The lack of a fucking execution is the problem. Test this out, see if this works. Because if not, I'm going to have to go back to, like, basically another. It's getting the right multipliers, which is the problem now. Also, the random rolled unique. That is a big goddamn difference. It is a huge difference. Yeah, see, the lack of the executes is very felt. So, this isn't stuck there. It's just one of those ones. And what I need for the unique charm, there's a unique charm I need, and that would give me Curse to Dark Aura, but currently I have Yids, which I'm not too thrilled with. But that unique is hidden behind Bartok, which is, it's a ring that does the thing, and I have to get it to convert it to basically it. And guess what? It is behind Bartok. So, good luck. Unfortunately, I am not too happy about that. They also altered, like, sacrifice, what it means. So, sacrifice is minus 3 minions or so. It's like, you can still have it. And the problem itself is, there's changes felt. Because even Bloodwave Necro it's guaranteed with Kissimmee. But Kissimmee, they changed to be, because of the random, it doesn't have the cooldown versus the other. So it is random roll. It's the same with Evan Piercer. Evan Piercer becomes slightly better. Like, I saw one, but it's... Like, technically, I probably would be close to a floor right now if... Like, I would be close to a floor, actually, if... You know, if I had the OG Gethsemane. But... Now, that is a big difference. And Kissimmee and both the other one is hidden behind Andurian. So, good luck to that. But at least, it's kind of like Dawnfire. Dawnfires are hidden in Andurian, too. Which, that's an Orative. This, on one hand, is now basically the other. So, Cursed Aura being taken away as an official, except for being tied to a unique. Yeah, that's a very, very aware. Like, that had an effect on a lot of builds. Reduce cooldown and everything. If I can get that, I might get a lot of my... Perks are basically I can stick cooldown on everything. But the issue is itself, I had to go back to a Harley Quinn. So. Now, the Harley Quinn would be, as I said, it's kind of the whole... with CC, basically. They changed skeletal mages, which is kind of infuriating in its own right, but... Okay, details in 161, half a dozen. Okay, this is better. I had a thing with a golem. Like, triple golem is better. Like, so technically, that's why I have, like, the other. So I have wolves. The wolves actually are additional. Which kind of is more fun. But, well, you actually have to get your glyphs up. The problem is, that's what I've been needing to do. The issue is I also have to redo my war table, so I can't exist in one place forever. See, it's either that I'm just got to say, fuck the war table, and wind up going to the... basically do the other. If I like the goblin. Because it does make a big difference if you can execute a lot of these. Because that makes a really, fairly huge difference. Now, they changed overpower on what we do. Which I probably don't need it. Like, I'll probably could switch out one. Now, the big change to having, was it desecrated ground, is anything that has, anything that's desecrated ground is anything affected by DOT at this point. Which, look, fundamentally, they changed every class top to bottom. In a way. So, a lot of this is really fucked up. It's hurt. It's pretty much done a big number on a lot of builds. Now, realistically, if you go in and you farm, I say if you're going out and you're basically farm one area, you're going to be in a lot better business than the other. The problem is the war table itself is... The war table, I say, gets a little bit weirder because war table, I call it a massive fucking pain in the ass half the time. I mean, the war table could be such better idea. The problem is we should be able to work on the war table without... Like, the war table should not be limited to the war table. By that, I mean every activity at the war table should not be tied to it. And the issue is itself is the war table we have to do every character. So as I said, I got this. I mean, that's fine. That's giving me my shield. Good. Because this here, it's okay. It's life. But it isn't the greatest. It's a high roll. It's the other one. But the issue is... Look, it fucks everything up. War table is... All of this shit is tied to the fucking war table. Advancing it. It doesn't... You can't just go fuck off somewhere and advance one section. So it makes it contradictory to what I need. So the idea is I have to go like double cooldowns on everything. And then I gotta go It's a weird path. It's a weird. Now there's been a change to the board as well. Because I have to get to... See, with the lack of curse... So with the lack of cursed aura and the execution, it makes it really, really annoying. See, like... This is what title is now. Title is... It's really almost fucked. Like, I don't see... I don't like it. I mean, that's title. It's just not as good as it used to be. It's like 3, of course my stacks are that, but I'm gonna probably constantly have. It's like it's not that the talisman sets are different either. It's just, it could be a lot better. See, here kinda works, but it's not good. The problem is, yeah, I'm gonna change that. That overpower damage is ass. It's a fucking massive degree. Like, I'm just missing damage. See, you have exorcism. Everyone has access to this. See, conceded only works if you have a barrier. You have to guarantee that. Title's the same way. Writhing. It's a very much a big change. Slowed by 7% for 3, and yes. But, like, a lot of this, I don't like it. What one was I fucking using? See, one. It's like you're supposed to. Blood skills you deal 25%, 27, while you have a stack of overpower. This is doubled if you're healthy. See, that's a multiplier, but see, it's implying you have this, you have nothing. They also changed fortification. They changed fortify. Which was really dumb, because fortify just heals you. Which is a change to how fortify kind of works. Using something. You deal 73%. No, that's not what it was. Redirected force. Redirected force is old. See, I have a barrier enough, which is, I say that at the moment, because I should have aspect of the protector. Damage to incapacitated enemies. The fuck is... I know I had it. Now I'm brain farting. Chill enemies. It's gonna annoy the piss out of me. So, one of the bigger problems now is, so you can actually, because you actually have to alter how you actually do this. Because that's why a lot of the builds now look weird as shit. Because without Cursed Aura was an inherent glue. Um, yep. Damage to incapacitated enemies. I did use it for a bit. Because, as I said, crushing makes sense. Vehement is still good. See, that doesn't work. See, that's additive. Aspect of decay. It's not aspect of decay. Not that much. No, I'm blanking on it. And it's so new, it's changed. Let's see about it. See, while standing still doesn't work, does it work for the other? See, and that's when you get into aspect of thickened blood. Aspect of thickened blood is the other one, which that's kind of used as the... That's gonna bother me because I know I'm going to, and I think I maybe just took it off. See, attack speed doesn't matter. Aspect of tear is 35. aspect of moonrise. It's a separate. I mean, honestly, I should probably use Hellbent Commander. Here it is. Took it off. That's what I did. See, that's slightly better. Aspect thickened blood, but vanquishing is something I do anyway. It's like 80. But the downside is that's not a lot of blood. So now the problem effectively is at this point of overpower does. Now overpower can be universal, which it's fine. Now, if I honestly can get my tree reworked, it would be so much better. Not tree as much as my other. Now, the reason I say I do 50s is I know 2 tiers above where. Why not just do the other? Now, see, what I need is that one. I need really it because it comes from. It's a unique that comes from Bartok. Not dead. And see, that's a big difference. Let's see, I'm already feeling it slightly. The other thing is, if it's in general, it's going to be the barrier. Like, barrier, the conceded is a very easy way. Looks like Blood Wave still has that weird effect that it... Blood Wave still has that weird effect that always kind of was annoying about it for the longest time. It still washes around shit like a tub, which I see it in certain areas, but not like it used to be. It used to just basically push enemies around versus damage them. Getting better. But we also lost Reaper's Pursuit. So we lost that. So in a way that it did change. Because a lot of the aspect that was making this build really good for the longest time was the skills were both tied to it. But then again, it wasn't as big a loss. I mean, functionally, it had really changed. Reaper's Pursuit gave us our crack fiend speed, but the same way. That actually makes Ebon Piercer really good back in the day. But that's because it's fixed rolls. So, a lot of the ones, it's just on the search. Doing better, but still missing. Well, it's not where I need to be. I mean, honestly, I have to be living. I need to go live in a fucking lair and just kill a boss over and over and over again till I get the greater keys. Then I gotta go do Anduriel. Gotta go do actually Anduriel. Live there, because that's the stuff I need from there. What? I'm gonna take that back. I really do. Okay. Hold on. Did I actually just get it? I think I did get it. What the fuck did I change? In a way, that actually might actually be good. That was the first time I saw massive overpower. It might actually be the will and the way. That might actually might be the will and the way. Because the will... But yeah, no, that wouldn't work because it's only blood skills. Basically. Because it is only it is only blood skills. And blood skills are it's limited. So it works. Tides of blood works. Because tides of blood would be tied to it. But also, too, I can gain more by the being tides of blood. Without it. Because it's very different. Because tides of blood I used to just be damage. It used to just be flat damage modifier. Huh. You know, I initially doubted the extra stacks. But I'm starting to understand. I have more seals than I ever fucking need. I have more keys here than I have anything. I could live here for probably 2 hours to 3 hours. Basically. I need greater keys. You see here, this is used for any of the big ones, and this is used to craft anything that comes from it, because everything I need from stuff like this here got moved to Andrew. But as I said, I need greater things. Sadly. And unfortunately, getting one with the role of what I need is entirely a separate story. And I'm gonna need a shit ton of basically forgotten souls to. I'm gonna need a shit ton of them to basically re-roll an item. And it's gonna suck horribly. I mean, there's a cheat way to do it, and that's the other, which, I mean, look, realistically, I should go with shield. Now, granted, conceded works in its own right, because, like, anything that's hit by a shadow should be creating desecrated ground. I mean, that's what people don't see. Like, desecrated ground got changed. It's anything where there's a. I mean, it's anywhere there's a shadow DOT. Which, that's kind of the purpose of it now. A shadow DOT is about where a lot of. Now, it's very separated from that. Now, it is annoying to see things that should be dead that aren't dead. But that's a big problem. Clearance is the problem. This would be a no issue. Like, Cursed Aura would have already eaten half of this up before I even got here. Basically, we already stacked vol damage and crowd control. So it makes it very, we already have a shit ton of it. I mean, it's real easy to get in your seals, too. Not your seals, but it's in your charms. The charms are real easy to get, like, status effects. So if you roll them, I mean, you're naturally milking any kind of CC for all it's worth. Even though it's a small lucky hit chance, sure, because Necros already have that. And Blight is actually already chilling, so yeah. So big. I worry about this as it gets bigger, though. The frailty is the one, too, because frailty, it does change from the final board. Frailty was our final board for the longest time because of Dark Lord. Now, it doesn't mean that, like, it doesn't really mean that it's gone. Now, the idea you can have the Whirlpool suck-in effect as well as you can have the Whirlpool suck-in effect as soon as you can get the other. Yes, this is the big difference. In mind, remember, I have played Necro. I have played Necromancer for 2 years, since launch. The issue is itself. So, math-wise, we have nothing but bonuses now. We have nothing but multipliers. There is no additives. Every effect I use is a multiplier. That's everything. Now, the problem is, this is exactly what I said when I was looking at the campaign to get the character to 70 on my other. The thing is, yes, does it apply to the other? The other one is slightly different. Now, does it... See, this starts building weight, eventually. Now, does the corrupting dot does have a difference? Now, at about 250 is where this starts to... Things aren't really dead. It doesn't know it. It's already dead halfway. But see, the problem of not having Cursed Aura means we don't get the free execution. They also took it off Reap. So, functionally, taking it off Reap does fuck up. Does it? Because what made Necros inherently work quicker is both having Reap. Reap would have been a shadow skill, because let's say you go a season or two ago if I did this. This would be my only blood skill, with the final tree being the overpower. It's a guaranteed overpower. Now, reality is, we can guarantee an overpower. But the difference in the other version, and I know why this is actually fucking over things, it's because the lack of cursor. You're going so many multipliers, things should be dead. Because functionally, the sacrifice one uses reap. You would go hemorrhage, reap. Could see a lot of these got changed into aspects. Now, but that becomes physical. Yes, I have the barrier. Yes, I have 2 barriers. Because I can get a barrier from this. See, that can freeze. See, there's less incentive. In another planet, I didn't have a shit ton of summons, so it actually makes sense. Because Reap can execute here. So it's Reap. So they say Reap and Hemorrhage. We say Reap and Hemorrhage, which we used to use that, which was Reap and Hemorrhage. But, I mean, granted, any one of these effects is probably not what people are wanting. Deals both blood and the other. So, I mean, there is an aspect to it. Blight didn't really change. Blight got a rework. Here, like, that's pretty much guarantees. If you can change it, sure. Like, that's probably something. Like, this right here, volatile blood, goes on the other. But there's fundamentally a difference between the two. Like, these, if it was just normal raised dead, I mean, it's something I've always said about summons. The reason why no one likes summons in the fucking first place was, and this is a really big, see here? So let's talk about this was our bread and butter for quick clearing content. And this was it. Right down to here. The problem is, to make this work, you have to either be using the unique from Bartok, or you need it as a charm. So it makes it very dependent. And that is a source, this was the source of why Frailty was good. Frailty was the final board. So you get to it of the other one. Now, title is automatically worked into the board. I mean, I could probably care less. I mean, I might try something. See, you have to choose between title and you have to choose between here. See, I already got it with this right here. Because this is different from more. It is actually more in. It's more in. Which, let's see. That actually does change my build entirely. That actually changes it. Because Tide is so different. See, I like Tide in the aspect, but that also ties it to if you move it, like if you lose it, like if you move or you lose the other one. Because at this point, that's still the better in this round. That's kinda. And there's a bigger point, like this whole skill, so. Oops, I don't need the other. I have one more otherwise. Good. Because I have the one with anything takes damage over desecrated ground. I am not using any blood skills right now. Hold on. And I already got the two-handed. Because they're all like, yes, use DR. Which, okay. DR and Fortify is what keeps the things around. Like, technically resolve stacks only keep DR up. Fundamental. See, like, this is a new one. Will of Rathma is actually one of the new ones, and I think it has a future. But it's so dependent on having curse to make it work. It almost paralyzes the fucking thing. It makes it near impossible to actually use. Now, here's where it gets weird. Now, this is a very, very good feature in the game. And it's one of those ones that's given enough resources, okay, and given enough RNG, I tell you, if I wasn't streaming, sometimes luck. I have the devil's luck when it comes to shit. I swear to God, they assume you're a fucking bone. I've said this for the longest time. They assume that necro players are bone. I fucking have said this for the longest time with this shit. It's atrocious. That is an atrocious fucking roll. But works. If you actually sit here long enough and you want to make a god tier item, you can. The problem. Ain't gonna work. Everything but what I want. Oh, that's fucking lucky. That's like gotcha pull luck, to be honest. Here. But, that's gotcha pull. Fuck. Like that type shit? Nah. If you ever need cooldown reduction, you're asking to get fucked over for a while. So. Like, I need to roll that one to cooldown reduction. Huh. See, fundamentally, the sacrifice build goes blood. The sacrifice build goes blood. Which it should have been in the first place instead of here going into Shadow. Shadow goes into the Invul round. Well, you're going into Vol damage, you're going against crowd control, you're going against anything else. But fundamentally, what was the marriage between the two was everything could have been converted into Shadow. Well, Shadow was darkness damage back then, still. But... And then you had Reaper's Pursuit. Now, realistically, it still is counting on you flooring. You still have to floor this fucker. You still. Because it not having the double, because it took from here. So, tidal was 3 waves. Tidal, in effect, is 3 waves with it. Now, reality is, if if this works better, I would be shocked. I've already yanked the floorboards out of this shit. I've already had to yank about the floorboards out of this build about 5 or 6 times. And it's pretty... I don't like that. 31. That's not much. 31's not a lot. Like, 31 is definitely not great. Like, I'll be very honest. 31, like, that's on top of already. Like, either that or the other one. Believe it or not, I actually had a shit ton of things. Also, you're supposed to be using this one. This is the build. This is the set for... See, they are distinctly moving around shadow and blood. You're distinctly moving around both shadow... By moving around both shadow and blood, it means... Not that it diversifies it. They separated it. Shadow and blood used to be very, very intertwined. But they're very distinct builds now. That's already prettier. It's just not that double. It's not just that double. Now, technically, desecrated land is supposed to be anything touched by shadow. Supposed to be. Now, granted, leave them to fuck that up. Leave them to absolutely fuck something up as vital as that as an additional multiplier. Now, Now, here's a bigger, like, one of the bigger changes. Like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to test that and see. I like that execution aura. Dream would be to have a pair of Cassini's Ancestral that have cooldown on it, which I think can be on there. No, I don't know. Hard to tell, really, when you're. Hard to tell when you're doing this mess that you do on your own. Uh, I feel it. And he executes on a lucky hit. The execution's on a lucky hit, but my lucky hits are pretty high. And that's 40% of a. That's 40% of a lucky hit, basically, even to get to even fucking do that. But personally, in this season, I like it, but it goes contradictory to what I like to do. I Look, I live in Hell Tides. That's why I have so many keys, okay? I have so many layer keys just from living in Hell Tides. I live in Hell Tides, basically, so it's all pretty much relative and normal. All of this is very common, so... I kind of go around living in Hell Tides because reasons. It's been normal for a while. Hell Tides for the longest times are sources of everything vital. Now, part of the reason, this is one of the reasons I ever enjoyed, like, friends like the couple of the one button builds, right? I will say, having Cursed Aura and a couple of execute effects, it really spoils you from having to do anything in a section. Why? Because I don't ever have to fucking move. Now, granted, the only thing missing from this is Corpse Explosion. Now, Corpse Explosion might work its way back into this area. But, I mean, minion-wise, I have to lose something. The problem is, yes. But it also puts me all in on the damn frailty with this, too. So, I'm kind of fucked because I don't have the Cursed Aura. That would make this perfect, but... Again, that is hidden behind Bartok. Bartok is the guy, he's the special. Warlocks have two uniques hidden behind Astaroth, which that's kind of more fucked, but details on the other half. Hmm. I was kind of hit or miss on the actual. I was kind of like, wasn't sure about the whole. I'm not against corruption effects. It is a distinct path now. Like here. Because half your. Can't really tell. Sometimes you can't tell if it's really the over damage. Like, the thing is, you can't really sometimes tell if it's that over damage or it's your execution damage. Because that actually is kind of the thing I'm needing. Because I need the one. Because as I said, I need that effect. That is because it binds this entirety to frailty at the end. The frailty board. That's the that's the problem. I'm tied entirely to frailty. Frailty is all based, even in the board. It's not like the preacher board. Like the preacher board, right? For Paladin is a vital board just because of the inherent attacks and everything else. Now the issue is the other. That's the reason I love Gift of the Tree. Gift of the Tree is very it's a good event. I recommend it for certain aspects. Gift of the Tree is one of the greatest events we ever have. It's probably better than Mother's Gift, but the aspect is Gift of the Tree is really good with this season due to the fact of trees are triple gift. They're basically, if you spec out your tree to have the potential for double, it's close to about up to triple. And it makes it extremely easy to do. It's more just loot per hour, but that's kind of how it goes. See, the downside is I am tied to frailty. Like, if I really wanted to do this build long term, I would have to have frailty. I would have to have that. But I lose so much damage by not having curses. That's how I start losing a bunch. But as far as sustain, I can sustain all day. That's the fun part. Especially under the new system. The new system with Fortify? Indeed, I have no issues. It looks like a sheer murder fest for a while. But go back to what I was doing before. Straight Shadow. Shadow is our best friend. Shadow is life. Is the joke I would have. I've done Shadow Necromancers since the beginning of Diablo 4. The first thing I gravitated towards. Because vol damage was so much better back then. You know, vol damage is... Motherfucker. I just emptied out my bags, damn it. Get fucking do it again. Again. That's why we fucking need Dismantle on the fucking go. So this Division 2 has it. You fuckers can do this too. Okay? It's not impossible. They choose fucking not to do it. That's the problem. They choose. They choose not to fucking do it. Because when you hear about loot per hour, that's kind of what sometimes people do. Like, it's less of what people do, it's the weight of it. Now, a lot of stuff we get Mhm. See, that does beg the question, though. Begs it, though. Fortify helps, basically. The Fortify is definitely there. It's not like there's a lot of darkness abilities once you start getting into it. Oh, fuck. Tier 12 Mephisto? No. Already heard, my friend got stuck on tier 11 Mephisto. This shit's fucking a nightmare. He was there an hour last night. It's basically the Mephisto fight on fucking steroids. I have a really dumb idea. Really, that might be the weird idea if this works. If this works. Damage while fortified. Because if I can stay this fortified, the damage while fortified makes more sense. See, the damage while fortified is more of a massive. Because it's not a cap. And the damage while fortified is probably going to be that. Like, Vanquisher aspect is good. But seems higher. But damage while fortified isn't easier. Now the downside would be if I'm not fortified. Which I probably should stay the entire time. Damage while fortified sounds like... See, it's easier for Shadow to be fortified now, which is actually good. That's actually a brilliant section. See, this is why usually if people on friends list never understand why they never hear from me. I fall into one of these things. Like, especially fake LARPing magic players who don't play games and other items, which I know of, who would rather care about Shud the Builder than somebody else. I guess, you know, if you're going to be a stupid-ass grifter, yes. No. Look, I use the same approach, because I have to respec this entire thing. Trust me, I already had to fucking go through. I would have spent like 2 hours, or I was like 2 hours earlier. It was like 3 hours tearing down my Paragon board and rebuilding it. I don't think there's a... I don't think there's... Part of the problem is I don't think there's another thing that backs up Shadow besides frailty. There's nothing besides... There's nothing besides frailty that backs up Shadow. I was going to go with Bathe in Blood, but I don't think Bathe in Blood or the other one. No, that's dirty if that fucking works. Blood begets blood wouldn't be it. Blood begets blood would not be the it. No. Bathe in blood. So I think it would be bathed in blood. Because you have to do frailty, you have to. Bathe in blood is a different aspect, but it's a shitty bore to get into. Bathe in blood is a very shit-tastic bore to be trying to. Technically, it's the X, it's the same. It doesn't matter which it is. But for sake of brevity, it's the same. Nodes going out are two separate. Okay, one up. Good. See, flesh eaters would imply you're doing a board. See, flesh eater didn't really get, even though they fixed flesh eater. Flesh eater corpse. It's death. It's not the greatest. I have never liked it. Never ever. I have never ever fucking seen anybody do this. Huh. Additive. That's additive. That's additive. Armor. See, blood begets blood is not used. Because even though, yeah, see, blood begets blood is actually used in here. Like, it's used more in the blood route. See, when you don't have frailty. See, frailty is what we normally go. Granted, I have it usually like this. It's because you see there's the full damage, there's the crowd control, there's more corrupting damage, there's this attack speed. What? But the weakness here is it's that. But that implies you're doing curse. Curse is very inviolable right now. Yeah. +1 damage per overstep. In a way, this actually helps me out. The problem is, how do you get in here? shit. This board is terrible to enter from any side. This is straight damage. That's a lot of goddamn willpower. Right, that gets you straight to the node. That's the long way to the node. That's a long goddamn way to the node. See, this is the problem. A lot of people, it's like, you figure this stuff out yourself. See, traditionally, you stick the node the furthest from it. But you stick something that helps rare, mythic, helps magic nodes, you probably reign supreme around here. Right in that one. But see, the issue is itself is anything in this board is miles the fuck away. I mean, you're still looking at there's every single thing from the entrance is worse. But that gets you here if you come in it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Deposits you right there. Deposits you right there. But it also implies you're going to split the board out. I mean, that's 10. Just to get here, and that's damage wall fortified. Even though you have that. But then again, that's still miles away. It's miles away from the actual. Here's if you need armor and resistance. But functionally, you will fill this out anyways. So this is all willpower. Yeah, willpower, and it dumps you out. And that puts it towards the final back here. You're still gonna go get this up here. This is just better. Damage wall fortified, and that caps it off. But it's all int. And there is no way. I assume you go straight up that way. Here is damage per overstack. Healing received, it can be anything as well. And the difference between a build at a lower tier and a higher is that it's 100% a thing. I hate this layout, by the way. See, the problem is you don't have the curse route. You have to fucking go that route. So, you see, the ideal would be to have that without the frailty board, but that's without cursed aura. I don't have it. So, if I had cursed aura, oh, by damn god, that would be broken. Like, we're talking, you wouldn't need it. Now, I mean, realistically, if I launched it with a core, wait a little bit longer. Basically. Let's see, does that change that though? It does. Yeah, see, yeah, you take a lot out, basically. Which, I mean... That's the trick about it. It does alter it. Austin skills one, no? By the way, the current, like whatever they use, phone's very similar to Expedition 33 in a form. Instead of Hellborn, 2 Butchers drop. Profane Mind Cage, allowed to increase. And if you go down here, I've seen that one. There's also one when you get it as you go down. See, there's also the ones, Bloodseekers. This isn't as good as it appears. So inherently, it's Bloodseekers are old. Then you're either gonna break off here. I mean, you can make it the other. It's like it doesn't change much in the ones personally. There's an Endurium. That's an Endurial. But that's the only route from there. And then here to here. Good. See, my favorite is you can get a butcher to appear and it completes one. Yeah, see, that's the one there. It basically makes that. I'm so tempted to re-roll that one. Let's see. That's not bad. That ain't good though. Wow. Eh, what's that? That's two. And then that drops down. Not that I need. Tied up good in, like down to here. That's fine. But usually, once your board is basically filled up, you never have to do that. It is a good source of. Okay, it's a good source of. It's a good source of materials. Sorry, I kind of woke up, slept half through the day. It's very weird. My sleep patterns kind of flipped, so not at the best thing in the world. good chance. I test it anyways. So, the thing is, this functionally changed from what I had it as. Where is it? Is it damage roll fortified? Now, it's only 60%, but I'll be honest. See, the thing that sucks at 60%. But that is a permanent. That should be a permanent buff. That's without having incapacitated. Like, this is without the incapacitated, so... Oh, that's just big enough on its own. Oh, that is a lot better. I am basically fortified the entire time. And being fortified the entire damn time, all my damage is higher. That's probably not as intended. That's probably not intended. Oh, that's so dumb. Goes to 22. That goes to 22. Oh boy, that is a... $22 million. Now, I mean, that is roughly a 50% plus whatever the over. Because that is a lot, too. That is a... Because in a way, 22 million is like 11 million base plus that. That's actually bigger. Care about the world plus because I don't have a thing for it. 22 is a big one. But they say 22. I progress through tiers this way. I don't like just jumping up and praying that I'm gonna be this way. Like the other parts, you can't just jump through a tier and pray that you're gonna do damage. So you have to kind of get comfortable. Like once I move up a tier, I just basically just... The skeletal warriors have a cooldown, have their own floor. It's me, I need it. It's a little bit chunked health, but not by much. Now, that makes actually makes bone, that actually makes blood gold more valuable. I hate to say that. That makes blood golem a lot more valuable not to sacrifice. Because the other one, sacrificing mages and sacrificing the other, that also begs into question if you're going to even do that. Because the blood route will have a lot more overpower. Because you don't have the minions involved. To be honest, you really don't even need Blood Golem. Like, Blood Golem automatically fortifies you. So Blood Golem will automatically fortify. Which, that combined with Blood Wave over would be the right. Because that's what I think a lot of the build is. And that is a bigger, it's more of an inherent difference. Yeah, I realize my. I almost do menu without the shadow. Minions are fine. I'm not too impressed by the. I'm almost not impressed by the mages. Yeah, I don't care if the treasure goblin escaped. See, we also lost necromantic carapace, so a lot of our passives that we lost, we have to make up with damage. Now, the issue is, look, the big glaring problem is Cursed Aura. Cursed Aura would be another execute. And I don't just make it Lucky Hit. Because Lucky Hit, right, is... The thing about Lucky Hit, it's basically a chance unto itself. But Cursed Aura being auto, like, I don't think Wild Bolt says good, personally. See, Wild Bolt implies... I have to set the background for it, or I go insane. Wild Bolt implies we have this. See, Wild Bolt does not help us. Like, Wild Bolt moves stuff in, but Wild Bolt does not. It just is stupid. That's why that's an effect. This is the problem. I don't think mages age up well. I think mages are actually... They're good in a horde. They're not good in a inherent. That 15x, which is like 20, yeah, I don't like it. It's implying that you're getting off crowd control. And they're straight corrupting damage. And corruption damage is good, but it's slow. Feel about that one. I don't like it. I assume it goes into corruption damage too. Uh, and the problem here is these are still vital. Because the difference is Shadow does have the other. But they're so dependent. And then you're still doing this. And the problem here is the issue itself is... So the issue now is the other. And there are additional bodies, that's kind of the point, but... Additional bodies make more sense. Because Reapers still do it. But I need to make my glyphs legendary anyways. And the problem itself now is... Now, the issue is itself is the point of it. Oh yeah, don't... Look, corpse explosion, one going off every second or two, is definite. I have done this build for like 2... As I said, I know how loud this build gets. This is nothing but corpse explosion. Oh, no, no. It gets worse. It's... You'll hear nothing but exploding corpses and... Very much. But yeah, a lot of this is just pure insanity. Plus, I think it needs a second. Needs that second one. Like that dire, like the... I'll tell you though. Man, this game tires me like nothing. Sadly, a lot of times you don't see it. Like, oh god, it's like the worst. Like sometimes, like, see, the gift of the tree is still very good. Now, the problem is, it's figuring this. I got the idea, it's just figuring the other one. But, sadly, I may have to move to the sacrifice version. The thing is, I need to retain blood gold. God, God, you should be dead. You are basically the thing that's dead before it hit the ground. Oh. See, corpse explosion, not almost. The problem is corpse explosion is so tied to corrupting damage now. It's almost not usable. The problem is the way this one is right now, it's so put to Dead Rising. I mean, compared to the other one. It's too much. It's on Dead Right. It basically, that's just throwing damage away. That's basically just. See, the other one's flat damage, the other ones do. By the way, it's a mistake. Do not. You should never let people switch skills in this damn place. It's kind of a mistake. It's something I know why there's a couple exploits in the 150 ones. escapes. This is not worth it. There's a secret boss tied to that. You gotta do it. It's all a title, so you have to hunt that one. Problem is, do you keep the corrupting one or do you do the other? Because while it's better, it's 12. That would hit only 5. That would hit only 5. That hits 12. Just because I'm missing blood begets blood. I'm missing blood begets blood. And blood begets blood combined with the overpower is what usually gives that the absurd damage. So stupid. Cool sanctuary. How lovely. I think that's so corrupted it should just die. That's so stupid that it doesn't die like that though. Mm-mm. Oh, need to stretch. Okay, yeah, you know the whole problem is just for a bit you just stare. It's like the other part, but I have to have that. Like it's more or less a lot more of the actual work you have to do. So it's really the work of the sets, which your set's powerful, like the one I'm using is for shadow. It's not the one for blood. It's the one for blood entirely separate. Now the problem itself is they divorce shadow and blood. So usually Bloodwave Necros use shadow, which was shadow as a separate buff. There's two separate indicative buffs. Because actual Bloodwave Necro implies. Because with the random exotic, the random one of these now, there's no longer the guarantee to have your cooldowns or have it hit double. Title is tied straight to blood. Title is tied straight to blood as shadow in that yeah. Desecrating ground is as tied to shadow. There is no crossover. Right? I'm not saying that, and see, this build used to age out about 4. The thing is, it's slightly different because the other aspect is blood, which is blood begets blood, which you're no longer using wither. You're never going to use that. So it's blood begets blood. bloodbath, probably something else. But one of the biggest things I've hated since I've played this character again is a lack of curses and a lack of frailty. Frailty implies you don't have Cursed Dark Aura. Because I'm almost going to have to go spam Bartok. Go down a tier, spam Bartok. Until I get that. Turn it into a charm that gives me Cursed Dark Aura. Because Wild Bolt does not do what it needs to do. Because the problem itself is cooldowns. DR, fine. Totally A-OK. DR, yeah, it's such easy story as time itself. But mages make up, but summons feel fine because it's crowd control. Shadow is almost all crowd control or vulnerable. But it is a lot more clicks than it is the other. Which is inherently it's different. Because Shadow is divorced. Basically. You know, slow days with stats. Which it's like, that's not hard to do. But to be back up. Bloodwave Necro has two forms. You still have the Shadow variant, but you also have the Blood variant. The Blood variant goes off on blood skills. That means Bone Prison can become blood. That means stretch. Problem is, I need to get all my things up. And I already got another set of runes. I already got another set of these for the blood. But the thing I need, and that makes going to make Shadow tick, is going to be having not this. It's going to be having the other one. It's going to be having the thing from Bartok. course it took longer. Okay, that's not a good sign. Legitly, though, I will probably be, like, more wrecked. I have to actually get the thing for Bartok. Ugh. Sorry, stress and everything else. God, I've been, like, play 2 hours straight will kill me. Now, the problem is I straight grind this for, like, 3. Like, I'll straight grind for, like, 2 hours and never move. That's one of those games, like, I can keep it. Okay, I'll explain this. The thing I need is the ring from Bartok, then turn it to a unique talisman. The problem I'm finding with this build, is I don't have Curse. Curse is tied to about a good shit ton chunk of damage. I gotta... See, I need this for the blood. Here, that's for the blood. Sorry. I should go dump off wounds. What we had. I remember. You need blood. For blood, so blood and shadow are two separate now. Shadow is very tied to curse. Curse on one hand is tied to the other. Now, the problem itself is minions and even sacrifice is utterly different. Because sacrifice implies we... Sacrifice implies we have... See, like, they inherently changed how sacrifice functions. The thing about a lot of, like, blood necro, the actual blood wave necro, your cooldown still comes from your cooldowns. This is very, well, this one has more of the minions and you can make it up in the minions. It's a lot harder to make it up. So the issue as itself is you have to convert these to the set. This set here is the summon set right here. This is the bone set. Bone. This is the bone. Now this. So there's like probably about several different. So this is the shadow. This is the Army of the Dead. This is the Profane, and the other. Like, you could use this with Shadow, but it is very different. This is purely for Bone. Which inherently just is slightly different. Profane and Macabre. Profane and Macabre. Macabre. So Macabre is... It makes it desecrated ground. That would imply you're doing corpse explosion. And reduces... That's Shadow and Corrupted. So it's a CC. Really? I have to go get up and take care of something really second. Two idiots are fighting. I may have had this wrong the entire time. So basically, you're others, but it has to form a corpse. Or form a corpse drops it down. But you're still losing the boost. Profane and macabre is entirely sick. Yes. Move! That would be cool. Come here. Bats, I swear. Let it go. Move. Go. Yes. Go. You know better. Yes. Meow. Don't you even dare try to meow. Come here. Come here. Yes. Here. Don't you even dare. Huh. See, that's an internal cooldown because both, but it doesn't. You're missing a lot of the effects. But it is inherently kind of useless at its other aspects. It's useless in any other way. Forming a corpse reduces by cooldown over 6 seconds, which inherent is probably that. Forming a curse which is inherent. Over 6 seconds implies the other. Which compared to this, but that is implied in corruption. Which probably lends itself not to Blood Wave, but to Shadow or the other one. But that is Shadow and Cold. Shadow and Cold is entirely a separate. cold is implied at CC, which is entirely fine. But that has a whole set of other multipliers into vulnerable. Blood implies the other, basically. See, one, you have to have both that and the other. But corrupting with a health pool as you go up, that's a lot harder without an execution. See, there's your problem. Because one thing I've noticed is I have the corruption damage, but after a while, when their health pools get too big, it doesn't do anything without curses. Without curses, you can't do a fucking thing. Curse is an additional... Because frailty is an entire added damage pool, as well as what they do. Now, inherently, without the other, I don't have it. But, as I say, the red set isn't tied to Blood Wave itself. It's tied more to the blood. White clearly is more bone, and of course purple is more shadow, aka darkness. But if one thing is I can form curses, I can basically perform corpses all day. Forming corpses is the least of my problems. Forming corpses isn't the... See, like, this has been beneficial for me. I mean, ignore the roll, okay? The roll's not great, alright? Fine. It's not why it's there. I mean... It's a little more fucked up than anything else. It helps, but it doesn't. I mean, it kind of goes into the realm of, yeah, it could get here, or you could get here, so... Also, see, it's kind of been a good go-to for a little bit, but... Like, we're talking some of these. Like, some of these you can't use. Well, I can't use either of these. It's not paladin. See, the thing is, shadow damage does not... See, even Banished Lord Talisman isn't the greatest. Injured is anything below. Also, injured is anything below. See, like, I can basically do this, or you can do the other one. That's kind of how this has actually been working out. But it's unlike the others. That's just an AoE. Actually... Frostburn might not be bad. She gets a cooldown. See, Banished Lord talismans don't work. Like, that's nice, because, oh, that's darkness. That's darkness. I mean, block that aside. I mean, you're talking 2021 year, like, talking. It's like a minor upgrade, but for me to spend like 270, yeah, no, I ain't spending 270. I don't even do that. I don't have enough skills to do that. And Butcher's Cleaver both. One's better than the other. It's all based on Lucky Hit, though. And Lucky Hit is not entirely. Lucky Hit cannot be counted upon. It's like Crown of Lucian isn't great. So the Feds. Later. See, the good thing is you can re-roll these. That's the key. Yeah, that's usually good. It takes about a resources. But you can re-roll them. It is possible. But corrupting in shadow, because this is where. See, technically. Yeah, immobilize isn't that like you have the other ones. Like, I don't use, like, a lot of these that you get extra runes of. Like, it's like corpse skills, but I don't have... I take that back. I do have corpse skills. I do have corpse skills. Yeah, this Lenta, but that's gonna get re-rolled anyways. Sadly, these actually do change how you play. Oh, it's my Lenta. I mean, technically, gold drop right now isn't great. I mean, I have to fucking re-roll that one. Lenta and Foba. Like, that's not good. I don't think impairment reduction doesn't even matter to me. See, impairment is pretty much nothing. Let's see, like, technically any of these are corpse. That's macabre, that's corpse. So... it's more acceptable. I ain't the greatest. And Lenta. Lenta. I remember just talking, that's just armor. But it doesn't matter if the other one is. Forming or consuming a corpse. Which inherently both is part of the name. Which also implies not any doesn't perform. Does not form a corpse.
Hello. Greetings. Hello. Greetings.
Test something. It's gonna get worse. Because Reapers form corpses pretty easily. Oliver! So it'd be better around a thing with corpse explosion. This variant would use corpse explosion better. Still need to level my weapon. Keep forgetting to do that. My other weapon. And that puts it on a very firm cooldown. And that gives you DR too. Inadvertently, it gives you the curse, but it's not. It shouldn't do it because you're missing about half of it. That's the problem. You're missing about what makes it the thing vital. Because you're not consuming corpses. It's a set that requires you to consume corpses. Subtly, it was what Bone Storm does, but because it's functionally different. It keeps your cooldowns lower, but not. But its effects are great. Its effects are really trash compared to the other. The problem is the incapacitating. Fuck. Of course. Fuck around and I die. Okay. Yeah, that's a little. That's a little. But it's not good enough. I mean, to get you the curse, it's good early on because you need it. Other fucking pillars. Now, the problem is, yes, the shadow one that I was using before is a lot better. But the concept, too, is depending on the rules, it also. But over that one, I have like a lot more stat rolls, too, so. I'm not sure. Because it's very, very different than the other. Because the issue with Necro does change because we don't have Cursed Aura without the one from Bartok, the unique with the talisman, which would be a better talisman. Then again, you're still dealing with like the weird cooldowns, which the cooldown rate which you would get from it. Then again, that whole thing is behind Bartok. In Bartok, I'd have to get it pinned. A stellar run, but more of a fuck around run. We'll see what it is. Time for goblins. So, again, I kind of screwed up on two things. But you have to be fire. Yes, you do. See, yeah, it's good on the other ones, but this isn't good on damage. It's good on the cooldowns, but it ain't good on the other. That's the perk, but it's not good on the weakening, the vulnerable, and the other part. have to be the most impressive. It's more of a test, anyways. It's also, too, running around with something I should have leveled by now, like hour or two ago. Because when I changed out my offhand, and never bothered to level the damn thing.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I must have died once a couple of times.
That is a scary craftsmanship.
See, if I do the blood, I have to have that change, because that can't work. That ring cannot work on... See, that ring can't work at all. Because it wouldn't be desecrated. Desecrated only works in shadow. So anything out of shadow or dark damage, it's just fucking pointless.
Pity you know where to find me.
See, that's Thorns. Thorns is entirely separate. First time enemy, they are dazed. It's also blood skill. Instead of afflicting... For the most part, that's a massive CC. Warriors do okay, but they don't do what I wish they would do. These do okay, but can do a million. That could do some, but it's not as great. But they're still serviceable. The only other thing to go reap. It doesn't make sense to go reap with this one. To be honest, I only care if the execution happens. See, sever is used on. See, the thing is, they're using sever. Now, I will admit, sever works really well. And so if I have a bunch of minions, it works. But sever in one hand actually, like, here, like, sever with minions is always been kind of good. Because sever has always had this. It's a, basically it does. If you have like 15 minions, it's like 15% more damage. One more. Oddly enough. Because that is only lucky hit, though. That's the difference. See, thickened blood. That would be thickened blood if that was. So thickened blood would be here if I didn't have the other one. Let's see, I have to change that.
Auspicious omen. May you find your way back.
Now, it's not always a good test to shove yourself into places that things aren't. Oh, like it doesn't move the needle at all. I don't know if I like this set though. The good thing it's good for is having it, but it'd be basically you need the one from Bar Talk. I lose my additional time from the other. See, the problem is with, like, as I said, not having Cursed Aura is just a killer. It used to just be a straight passive, but then again, most people lost their passives. And see, the problem with Conceited, to make Conceited work effectively, you have to have 2 sources, 3 sources of bear. That's the problem. Conceited needs, like, 3 sources. But it's a damage bonus. Might not be as strong. And the only way, and there's ways you can guarantee it. I mean, it's kind of but the whole blood route is mixed in with Tides of Blood. There's like 4 different ones. And I'm using 5 of them. I'm using like basically almost all of them. Wait, to the point. Because it really alters the way, even in my board paragons, because my paragon is entirely set up to take advantage of basically the other one. Motherfucker. Fucking spawned on the other side. Well, my minions were over there fucking screwing up. Yeah. See, the one thing Path has over this game, the one little thing in the Necro side, or the Witch as they call it over there, is the minions don't fucking fuck off and go do something else. You can command the minions to be sit right there and just do what they need to do. Okay? Yeah. Other than that, your minions go fucking flying everywhere else, occasionally in a broader battlefield. Because if they were focused, it does function something inherently different. I'm gonna get on my ring. I'm gonna get these legendary. That'd be good. I'll worry about the fucking last one. That comes to the big ones that I need. But especially if I have to go spam bar talk. Usually when I have to spam bar talk, I have pits. Pits are different than like pit pushing is about time clearance. It's usually makes it extremely fucked over, but the it's more of a time constraint than anything else. See, thickened blood. See, you're using crushing aspect. You use title. You don't use that, which is entirely different. Thickened blood goes along with crushing aspect and coalesced. So it's like 4 you have to actually have. That's a better one. See, now effectively I could go into fertility. It's kind of the thing. Now I can move into frailty because I have curse, but that's only because of the set. I don't have it. If I don't have curse, you're a fucking shitty ass layout. This is a horrible layout. I mean, technically, I don't have any damage from puddles on the floors, so really careful. I don't have any resistance, but none of us do, so. I mean, at some point I'm going to go farm Grands, but Grands are going to be. I gotta go to that dungeon. It's one entire dungeon that's dedicated to Grand Gems. Not like Grand Gems, but it's dedicated to gems in general. It's the Seers, and you go over there. Motherfucker. Let's use it to eat. Like, did those things really just eat my entire blood wave and just like itself? I guess. Yeah, see, this is roughly about tier 80. Oh, I'm out of potions. Oh, fuck you. Now the problem is inherent, like when you try to figure it. Like at some point, it's usually advised you get your list to legendary, which I'd say it's been that. I used to do that before I even moved through the higher tiers, so it's good. Basic, because a lot of your damage and glyphs comes from it. Even still, at this point in time, most of your shit comes from glyphs. Oh man, it's like, not as effective. Let's see, fuck it. I'm taking too much damage. Now, I know it's 55, but man, this is still stupid. I'm too used to my other set. Very cozy with a bunch of other effects attached to it. Now, see, I wouldn't use thorns on the other one, because I'm not going to be getting hit, really. This one, you would. I mean, they hit my minions, they hit me. My thorns go to my minions, and the other. Okay, so... Yeah, the cooldowns are good. Don't get the fuck wrong. Oh my damn. The additional damage ain't coming through. I have to re-roll this fucking set. Jesus. I mean... Motherfucker. My minions are fucking off. It's a bad sign. It's never bowled well. The moment my minions start fucking off, go do other things versus attacking the thing they're supposed to attack, they just sit there. Hmm. And see, I need to get the other one up because there's one more. I forget what it is, but sacrificial gets used. But I'm definitely not going to be sacrificing blood golem. Blood golem is. I think blood golem and the blood one's going to be very important because if I get the fortification that I get here, you know, that's a separate. See, corrupting enemies, okay. Desecration, dominate, dominates 5. I want to say it's going to be abyssal because abyssal's non-physical. Because non-physical is any kind of here to here. It's been a while. Oh. Might be Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper only works on nodes. But Gravekeeper only works on... See, Gravekeeper can work because I keep a lot of corpses nearby. But basically I need these to... Right. There's one thing missing here, and this place has everything except one thing. It doesn't have a place to save loadouts. I haven't found it. Because they want to make this the one of the main hubs. But you gotta go to like a main area. But yeah, basic one. This is the one you have to use for the blood. Like, this is the one you have to use on blood wave. Which is the one that's entirely red. Sadly. And multipliers work better on shadow to darkness than they do on straight other builds, because multipliers, because a lot of I think you can kind of use all multipliers, but a lot of all multipliers are more beneficial. At least from what I have found. All multiplier is a different, it's a lesser stat than what you would deal with. Right. Still, there's these that are. See, they also did away with what was weapon talents, so made it.
I forge more hammer sings on your return.
Make it have an offhand. But I mean, this would be doubled. I'm feeling that this would be doubled over here. But that is more for the one, because blood's gonna use more essence. See, I like this offhand, but see, here's the thing about this offhand. I haven't really found a use for it.
No other people I'd rather break bread with.
Yeah, see, both of these have to, all these have to be fucked with.
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
Well, you need a shield. Let's go focuses. Focuses are 50. Shields are 52. The benefits of shields are you could have conceited. Really easy.
Allot's well.
But a majority of it is damage reduction. So it's additional armor as well. See, the perks of having something like this is it's more. The trade off is offhand So it's fortification. Oh, it's damn near perfect. Fortification.
Not a bad. Hello, shining beauty.
Oh, that's nice.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Yeah. Arguably, fortification generation is good, but I believe CD. Yeah, way down the fucking list it would be there. Take 5.
See some steel you need?
Only thing is, it just doesn't have life, which it's okay. Like, I lose some life, but losing life isn't the end of the world. I can't put cooldown on it. Useless. At least for my purpose. Defensive. Stick. Pyramid, thorns, fortification, barrier. I think I could stick armor. I could stick life. I mean, fuck. If I lose in life, it doesn't matter. Resolve stacks don't. Life. Life or armor. I mean, technically, it doesn't have armor. It gives 1200 armor. So, not the worst in the world. But then again, do I lose slight bit of damage? Because if I do use it, if I use it, I can keep the. See, technically, there's a form difference because if damage doesn't come from fortify. Personally, I still feel that that's not the greatest. Like, where I think that other part I'm getting a lot more damage from is having all that. It's where I'm thinking I have a bunch. That's because I'm gaining overpower stacks and getting fortified in the process, which inherently, like, which inherently is different than the other. It's where I think it's coming from to a major degree.
Well done.
Now, now, realistically, the thing is, realistically, all multiplier is still good for the other one, but all hands on deck for the other one is entirely. So, the barrier thing, like, I can gain effectively close to. Which isn't the worst. So that I have that one right there. So this one too. This one is separate. See, that's lucky hit, and then that's the other. But it also has CD already. So having CD does help. It has max life. It has that. I think the only other one is you roll it to. Even though I am fortified, it's a separate. Yeah, it's still basically damage on hit. So, which technically, because of this inherent setup, I wind up being I wind up being tanky. I wind up being tanky due to the fact that, yes, to quote a friend, one of my friends, like, wait, do you ship thorns and armor on everything? Well, that's largely the plot of because I just do, which I don't believe in being. I've never. So, like a mage, you offset it. So, the thing with a mage, you're going to offset the mages. Let's say it's a mage character. Yeah, unless there's a penalty. So, unless there's a penalty, I don't see the reason to offset. Like, if it affects attack speed, maybe. Like,
The stars
because
align.
if you don't have. Because the thing is, if you don't physically have the other one, it's separate. Because here, this works better. I mean, the problem is this one works better for this because it is a bunch of multipliers. And I don't know if that build's going to have a lot of multipliers attached to it.
Back to it, man.
Because that build may not have a lot of multipliers attached to it.
Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Wow, that's the first Tam that I've seen. The only problem with this set, I have gone thematic. There's not a good thematic shield for this set. Not effectively. I haven't really found one. Everything else just doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't look. It just does not. See, like, this set works, but it would have to be entirely another. Not based on this one. And it bothers me, aesthetically. It's just like there's not really a good sword for it. It's like it just matches. Like these are different. See, that works if it's the other. See, that's from the Doom event. So, the Doom event, it just happened.
You know where to find me.
See, part of this is just learning builds. You have to relearn it, and then you have to. And now, as I said, a little bit, I lose a bit of damage, but functionally, I make it up. I forgot to do that. I forgot to level this fucking sword. Good. So my friend was playing Warlock. He kind of got tired of it. I'm like, let me give you the alternative. TLDR, how about, you're playing Warlock, you don't do what we do, period, and we play shields. Well, not shields in turn, but barriers are shields. You can't really block, not everyone can use them, so. The thing about it is aspect of the Protector has been a staple in certain builds for a while. Aspect of the Protector does basically a little bit multiple things. Aspect of the Protector gives you that, a free shield every 20 seconds. It's never been nerfed. And then, that's how you say it. Oh god. Fuck off, little narrow passages. I have several different versions. I think like the main one's gonna be similar to this, but I kind of want the shield because. But then again, I'm not gonna have room on the other one. I'm not gonna have room when I do because blood needs like 5 different fucking modifiers. Blood takes literally the stacks, it takes the other. But I'm probably going to do it differently because if it's based on Fortify and then that one, yeah, You're gonna die. See, this has a little bit better of the clearance. But there's so many damn modifiers built into this. It's fucking stupid at this rate. Like this one, it's just all nothing but multipliers. That work with my board, work with my things. Now, realistically, it's... Now, through multiple tiers, the only reason I'm staying 5, I know if I'm starting to dominate this, it's... Like, if I know I'm starting to dominate 8 and higher, that's entirely separate. But over... To do, like, solo, basically, Infernals right now, to do solo Infernos, you have to basically... Off of... Thank you. See, the benefit of a different offhand that's not a shield is you can basically have another offensive. But the same with a shield, you can have it too. So that's why I stuck that there. But barrier, I can go conceited and get... I mean, that's kind of the bigger deal. So with the blood, you're going to get bigger damage. But the thing is, they're sacrificing Golem. I think sacrificing Golem is going to be the best one. Because fundamentally, not having Curse active at all times is a detriment. Would it be better if we did? Probably. So a lot of this inherently is basically... Oh, hi. Course. This is tier 8. So you have to understand what's happening through tier 8. 6 minutes. And now. I would not recommend this normal on anybody who doesn't fucking have like this particular build, this particular part. Yeah, If you are any other of a lesser fucking build, you are deader than a motherfucker. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Is that thing between two shields that I have? Yes. Me having two shields is what saves me. Now, so barriers inherently will basically save you when you should get your ass kicked. Functional. Which, and see, the thing is, Dead Rising doesn't work inherently. It only works on builds with a ton of minions, because you gotta be using basically the cult leaderboard. The problem is, okay, if I use Golem, I have to find ways to fortify myself. Because I'm gonna be very honest, 3 of the boards are gonna be Bloodbath. There's like 3 different boards. Inadvertently, that might be a better sword. And see, now that weapon damage is more important than almost anything we have. Weapon damage is probably now the most important stat for any class. You can live with it unless it's a multiplier or a counter. That's the weird part. When you start looking at the internal math has been that. Like, you have stuff that's generalized. See, some stats are now generalized. So you have this issue of what was old. Now, look, I used to use, as much as I would like to use Corpse Explosion, I cannot use Corpse Explosion. Oh, correct. I don't want to lose. I lose damage. Now, the problem inherently with a lot of stuff now is we're just eating fibers. Now, inadvertently, this is a lot better than set. Because, well, technically everything I have is dead set to this. Compared to my paladin, I have like a bunch of the damage. Like, she can let her do it. Fuck, hey. I mean, if I need more resistance. See, this is a dungeon. That's a seer. The fuck? Fuck it. Okay, fine. The issue with not having execution effects is these things live a while and you have to finish them off. Ignore the fact that they get so corrupted they just would die from the corruption damage. There's a problem. That's the thing. Shadow is really good at doing corruption damage and leaving pools of corrupt damage and die. But higher tiers, it's more always blunt damage. Fortunately. Yeah. Well, shit. Often why I've said tough love buttercup to my friend. Fuck, like, yeah, no, you bitch about getting murdered about no reason. And it's like, oh, I love my friend, but like, God, like, the thing is, just add defense and a little bit of armor. God, that shit goes a lot further than you think. Oh, hi. Now, it does look odd when you use a shield. It looks so fucking odd because, like, technically, blood necros have always used shields. Well, it's actually because you needed to be more defensive, anyways. Okay. You need to be more defensive. Almost a little bit of health.
Like a sweat.
Acceptable. It's a little bit acceptable, not too squishy. Oh, that's right. With the world. So, technically with Shadow, without curses, curses are like 200% more. That's where you have like that, but you can't always get that. That's the problem. Curses are the lack of cursed aura has been pissing me off because that is such a multiplier that we used to have. Like, reality is I could stack all the additional, but a lot of one of that main is like I would rather sacrifice overpower stats over time than have just to have. And the trick about power stacks just works in everything. Now, the trick about it is it's very tied into a lot of other shit we do. The issue as itself is Necro's changed because a lot of the passives have fucked us over inherently over the years. Like what we used to use, like not Cursed Aura, like okay, Wild Bolt. Wild Bolt makes sense if you're trying to suck enemies in. Well, that makes no sense. It never made sense to Necros because we absolutely didn't care. Cursed Aura was the execution as well as the debuff. Oh my god, that fucking never killed me. Jesus. Ah. Nope. See, I would rather... And they changed what was damned to a different one. So, inherently. And you can get weapon damage on shield. Don't get me wrong. And then the only other way to have it is have the unique talisman of Bartok from bring from Bartok. Now warlocks have two uniques tied behind Astaroth, which is a clusterfuck for them. Now, technically, Mordecrux and a couple of others used to be locked behind him for Necro. Wait, not him, but it's tied behind not Astaroth, but Bartok. Bartok you have to get to. Like, I'd have to go down like a tier and just murder. It sounds weird, but like, no one does pits. Like, everyone's doing war tables now. They don't matchmake to do infernal hordes. That's the death of this season. The death of this season is we do not physically play as groups. Everyone's doing war tables, which they would rather get. I'm not saying war tables are stupidly. They're fuck you. Oh no, go yeah. Yes, red. Pink. Right now it's that tree. The tree actually gives a lot. Now, granted, I'm just getting a lot of loot, a lot of materials from it. But I probably eat as much materials as to give it. At least until this build gets up and running. So, like, you can't get cursed auras, so, as I said, like, it is weird how this one has better. But there is also the point, too. I'm at the point of the game does start leveling off, which, at some point, what the fuck are you doing in here? Oh no. See, my other character's an Oridon mixed with Discipline. She basically does a lot more of the content, but it's one way at 6'1", half a dozen. I wanted her to be about, I wanted to get to about 250 before I did my second. Because I know the slog that occurs. Oh my god. Oh, fucker, don't doing vulnerable to me, and I know damn well. Then I'm gonna have to find a good roll on Eben Piercer and fucking Cassidians. If I don't get a good roll, and the problem is, okay, let's say this. One of the little rants I have is, look, I get set changes. Set changes to gear. Fine. Okay? Sure. We can make gear all the time. It's nice. It works. It's good. Uniques, they roll chaotically now. Whatever. I got lucky. I didn't get anything terrible. Okay, so I got really lucky that I didn't get anything bad with mine. Which I saw one someone wants 15 billion for. It is like this, but it has intelligence, but none. But it does have its 50%. I saw it, and he still has it up, but it has +3 skills. Now, reality is, the rest of the stats are mediocre. Which, it's fine. I would happily trade that. Because I'm using Harley Quinns. But Harley Quinns is actually needed. Harley Quinns you have leak. Honestly, I think at this rate, unless we get a way to do cooldowns, it's pointless. See, total today, I've already done enough war tables to do what I need. So. Well, quick clear would be if I went down to 50. If I went down to 50s, I'd get a lot better. But this isn't about that. You're... Oh my... What the fuck is this? So the chaos... So having random rolled uniques murders me. Like, it hurts the bill, but then again, that's how they changed a lot. But then again, Eben Piercer was hot tied to darkness, to the other skills. So, it's always Blight. Blight is to keep that one, so I guess. Having it unbound, you can have it stuck anywhere. See, like, corrupting is like poison. It works in large groups, but the dot effect. Fuck you. At some point, I am going to have to go up to Sears and basically do the gem mine. See, gems are like, there's an entire dungeon just for gems, which you just gotta go live there to get the stuff. Now, depending on what you get, it's easier. Me, personally, I'd get others. As I said, there was a period, I don't know, like a lot of gems. I say, like, gems, yeah. 2, I'm using that. But yeah, see, this set I have, like, a bunch of additional, like, resources. So, I kind of curated this one. But Blood Wave, the Blood version, uses 4 talents that stack, basically. The Shadow version can use minions, but you also use the other. You have to do that 20 times and it gives you a secret boss. Yep. It's dead. Just die. It's like poison. See, corrupting damage is worse. See, like, corrupting damage is good, but it's a large tick, basically. Like, it does blunt damage, but it's also like poison. Poison, for us, is entirely dot, which dots being damage over time. Corrupting damage works, but it's usually done in conjunction. But the perks are you can basically stack a shit ton of it. Now, the only thing that changed from this one to my old, from my old to my new, is because I had to have the different summons now. I can't use corpse explosion. Then I have to change the element of the other one. But that just, there's no cross, so there's no cross element skills, which is weird. Well, like blood and bone don't cross over, it's just converts. Simple. So ignore the about stack of 5 wolves amongst 3 golems and 18 minions that I have. Like, I have 18 minions. So golem is 3, 7 warriors, 3 of the other. But the downside, oh, downside to the one is this requires me heavily investing. This requires me heavily investing into, uh, I have to invest in cult leader and I have to invest. It's the worst in the world. I have to invest in cult leader. If I don't invest in cult leader, it's one of the most pointless ones ever. So, like, cult leader and monstrosity is both, because monstrosity gives your golem the damage. A blood golem is still the highest. Now, usually numbers are, unfortunately, see, my metric that I use is see, look, this I would like to use, but I don't have it. Problem is here, this is separate because title goes to blood. Okay, so that's used more on the blood version. This true blood. This might be interesting to try one day. I don't know. Like, traditionally, this is the shadow. I'll be very curious if this one, it doesn't really outdo it. Like, Golem still have it. Basically, I have to go into Golem and then do a bunch of CC. Summons. So I get 15x here. I get crowd control, which is another 30. And then at the end, there are corpse, but I can do here. And that's 25. And I mean, enemies vulnerable, or you give a stack of resolve, which really doesn't matter. This is service and sacrifice, litany of death. Fine. It functions really different. It functions the same. The thing about it is, I used to use this. This has the corrupting. Like, you can detonate a bunch of corpses. Which is odd. Not odd, but here. But it turns that, and it's over 6 seconds. Which was the old version. There's a bone version. Now, technically, because we naturally use a bunch of CC, Paragon-wise, I'm stuck with the same Paragons. Paragons? Okay. Sure. Now, the interesting part is, yes, it's kind of fucked up. Here, if you start, see, I went some of the more other. Now, you sit here, because a lot of your minion stuff is in this one. This is the damage, this is that. See, this covers it. So you have to have this stuff here. See, I had to tear this thing down and rebuild it. But like here, sure. I mean, I'm already way ahead stats there. But I could probably redo this one. But golem damage and some summon damage come from here. Borrowed strength. This. It's one of these ones that's Looks about 220 something to get over here. Fair weather, right? You use this and then probably, I would say sacrificial, or you use the abyssal. I used to use amplify. I probably would use dead rising. Abyssal I would use because that's non-physical. The weird one is Gravekeeper. Like, you could use Golem. Golems are already powerful themselves. But see, these... Yeah, Gravekeeper's the other one. But Gravekeeper's on the... See, Amplify I use. But Sacrificial was good for when we had no minions. We're talking Gravekeeper is 3 for every corpse nearby. So... This is the set for the blood set, which I might work on tomorrow. Tonight. If I can get to it in time. I still gotta get 2 more. But I gotta miss and roll 2 more. Gotta roll this one too. The problem itself. Like, roughly clearing. Like, depends what I want to do. Like, but then again, a lot of this is just gear dependent. Sometimes look at better gear, sometimes not. Me personally, not gotten a lot of gear that I felt like keeping. And the problem is, it's not good rolled. Basically, I have a bunch of built-in CC and vulnerable. So, anything is... The crowd control this. I basically god tier at. It's kind of what a lot of the necro skills do out there. You get a lot additional, but that is additive damage, not multiplicative. Multiplicative comes from different sources. Your main. God. Into how much I've gotten. I mean, gold wise, it's like but having your unique hidden my main uniques hidden behind, and burials a pain in the ass. And they all roll different, so granted it's you have to do enough and always bullshit. It's just loot per hour and you're just going through it. Uh, hmm. See, technically, I had to change my other one. So, I need to get Gravekeeper up there because I'm thinking Gravekeeper's slightly better. See, I use the ones that use magic. Magic nodes are the blue nodes. So, it's a lot of passives. All my gear has a shit ton of fucking passives. And at least my others. So, again, anything that's in the blue, which, yeah, you can hyper focus in one, but sometimes, general. Oddly enough, there's a certain, like, ones where the rares are better. But, as I say, Gravekeeper is not the end of the world. Gravekeeper is used. The weird part about sacrificial might become useless because you're not entirely minionless. See, sadly, if you work on war tables don't always give you these. You have to still physically fucking go in here and do this yourself. So, good luck. Times when I drifted a dream, my brothers. Man. Yep, once you find like 20 of those, doesn't matter where you get it, and then there's a hidden achievement for it. So. I believe I finally got a fucking level. The only solution to get Cursed Aura is to actually get, go farm Bartok, which I'm gonna probably go do, and get the ring and turn it into a talisman. Even though my minions decide to go fucking all over the place, which is unfortunate. See, Wild Bolt works better on a paladin. Here we have to use it because it's one of the only others. Pulls everything towards you. And Oridon, it's definitely what you want because you're close quarters. Oridon or anything like the other. Because anything that's close, it's all close range. But sadly, I have to do. If I don't do this, I'm not gonna do it. My paladin, I waited. I just got hers to legendary. It's been like she's been stuck at like level. Been sucking. Getting close to 9. But big difference is the other. When they're so corrupted, they don't even realize they're dead. Like it's been like poison. see, darkness is good, but see, some of these are like, I'm sure if they expand desecrated ground, you can do desecration. Desecration will make a comeback. Uh, do I feel good enough to go do it? I mean, if I could do it at 4. I could eat my own words and say no one's matchmaking. Do it real. Infernal? Infernal? It's not infernal. There's 5. Wow, I feel sorry for the fat druid. Get the shot. I mean, I can basically carry. The beautiful part about my build is there's 2 versions. The version that's better for pushing pets, then the version that's better for mass hordes. The one that this is mass. So stuff that's mass hordes is. So things that are basically mass hordes do slightly. I mean, I can farm it, so I would say maybe not some. Some I wouldn't say it the other way could. Is it gonna be any good? long story short, we all can't be Orden. So the beautiful part about Orden is it just kills what it does. That's the good little part of it. It just kills. This is a whisper, so the whisper, I'll just get these out of the way because I know when I go back and do the others, I'll get a bunch. I don't just need to store them or use them. This will just be clear. Still probably go down a tier though. But as I said, it's not about completion over there. It's about the... It's literally about the... Basically, I want the green. That's what I want. Might get in one go, it might take 10. But either way, I'll get stuff for this build. Grand gems now take 100, take 1 million. So it takes 10 royals to basically make grand. So that's what I needed. That's just additional. To be honest, that's probably easier to get than that read. Outside of early, he don't scare me. Your build's not good. I have... Well, look, I have built-in DR and I have built-in everything, so... At least conditional. I think it ain't gonna kill me. Son of a bitch. Yeah. I'll do these two, then I'm gonna go off. See, hordes, I have to I want that rate. And the only way I'm gonna get it is by spamming hordes. So. And no one's farming hordes as a group, so I do it myself. At least it's not as bad as having something behind Azeroth. Would be worse. See, right now the whisper tree is good. It's a very good one to have. Can I do 5? I should be able to do 5s. Should. If everything's dying this quick. Like, if everything's dying this quick, but then again, it's gonna be different in there. But then again, it's not. It's hard to farm hordes solo unless you have like a massive army or a bunch of area. And I have basically both. See, it's actually legit because if you have additional, yeah, you're getting a lot of gear out of it. Or just run a fucking shit ton of hell tides. See, the thing about when you need an aspect, it's either going to be that or the other. Because both Free Whispers will. Like, right now, yeah. Like, I get a lot of my aspects I ever need from either Hell Tides or I spam Hell Tides till I dead or whatever. Like, sometimes it's like trees that, and I just go to the quickest loot churn I can ever find. And then, if you're looking for something, it will show up. It probably will, and the problem is, just go for the loot per hour, go to something, go to a Hell Tide, open up a shit ton of chests, and then it turns off, basically. Law and numbers in this game. Just play it, it shows. unless it's just repeatedly rare, eventually. It, it has to show up eventually. And then the other. Yeah, if people forget, the Opal vendor is also really, really good for fighting it too. Like, the Opal vendor is your best friend as well. Like, the Opal vendor, yeah, that shit is your basic. Like, Opal vendor is the other last hope. So, Opal vendor is the other one. You'll technically get a lot of obols that you're not spending, and then it's... Now, the problem goes when you're shopping for upgrades. Sometimes you're just getting shit rolls, so good luck to you. I should be able to mass clear 5s. Let's read. Should. I say that, I don't. Again, as long as my minions don't get too separated, it's okay. Like, if my minions get too separated, I'm tired. My DPS does drop, because it's half in the minions. Because half my stuff is... It's not like it's probably about 50%. 40% in minions, 60% sometimes, but minions are gonna... If they get scattered and they don't follow, then it's all weird. It just happens to be on the way. I have done probably like, or this morning I was like doing war table after war table. I don't know. This shit does get old after a while. I get tired of living in Undercity. I mean, but it gets upgrades, okay. But there's a couple. War table it gets really, at least my then again, but staring at the same thing over and over again does happen. And then, look, Hell Tides, there's at least a variant, you know? It's not a repeat. Everything else is yeah. 5. Enjoy your first, like, couple of hours of stuff. Your first you do characters. After a period, you're never going to want to see a mechanic again. The leveling process is sometimes the funnest. Normal. I guess. It's acceptable. I mean, it's acceptable. Doesn't have to be great. But see, the stuff when you want to work on war plans, you can't get the stuff you want in war plans. That's how it works. Occasionally you get a stinker that's like this with no extension, no time monsters, and you would be running close. So the one that you get, like, the track I like is the one because I have a tendency to do my own stuff where I get whatever, yeah, the time when you kill them within 5. But then again, it's a lot about a build that has AoE. But then again, that's what I do. Like, if you're a better single target, it's not the best. You're best with trying to go through. You don't try to be creative. Like, even normal Bloodwave Necro old could do this, but it's largely set for like pets. Like, there's a barbarian pet build running around right now. We call it pet, but it's like summon the ancestors from a season or two ago. This one is entirely just Necro being Necro. Basically, without the thing they need. I guess, see, they got tired of us probably bitching at them. We never got the thing that gave us extra minions, so they just built it. It's like easier to build the passives and the other ones in the tree. Makes sense. See, the thing about Necro is Necro does change. Like, there is at least 3 or 4 different flavors of it. So, and each have their very distinct flavors at this point. Now that blood is switched off from the other, like, I like this one. I'm just curious how far it can go. I'm pretty sure, like, and again, I really believe firmly, I have to have. I really think for the end game of Shadow, I believe it's needed that I have Curse. If I don't have curses, I'm gonna pain through the nose. So, Bloodwave Necro is Blood Necros are less. From what I've seen, they're using Sever, a couple of others, but they're just. It's largely Bloodwave with a title he used to use. Staying fortified, keep your cooldowns low, then drop down about a fucking Bloodwave that does 1,000,000,000 damage. Yes. Which is one of those things of, yeah, you're spamming it every 8 to 10 seconds. The floor is 10 seconds. So, I wish people luck. Any lower, you're not getting it. Hmm. But see, I think if I need a quick farm 5, like, it proves I could do it. So, it was good luck to start off today like that. I probably halfway through 6. Oof. So, I don't need the mint iron.
It's locked.
Slowest event in the fucking world. I'm too short. Go fuck yourself. Really. This whole thing takes way too much willpower at the end. This one takes willpower. That's bathed in blood. I was like, sure. Like, I think the plan is to have, like, see, that's a timed event. So, there's no way of speeding that shit up. Ever. There's no way to complete it. You're at the entire mercy of whenever either the ad spawns or unlocks it. So it's 6-1, half a dozen. Yeah. Safe to say, I'm not really hurting for a do site right now. I mean, I'm not gonna say that about about whenever when I want to do massive rerolls, but but see, technically, I have probably eaten through Forgotten Souls. Yeah, I eat through those a lot. Forgotten Souls, I eat through a lot. Like, that shit's pretty standard rank and file you're doing. So, Forgotten Souls, Baleful Fragments, things of that nature, you eat through like nothing. So, Now, for a character that is still very young, so to speak, in terms of a character, by that I mean my paladin has probably what 180 to 100 hours. By very like concept, let's say 4 hours to level this character, plus about how many days? Like gear farming takes actually how many how is that? 37 hours. Yeah. So I am on I was working on her on the weekend. So it took about I could have had her leveled quicker, but she takes it's the gear. It's the other parts. It's the basic stuff you're farming, which I mean, honestly, war plans are 6 one, half a dozen the other. You have to have them on each of your characters. So, and they're each separate. So, that look, I don't like that one bit. I wish it was separate. Mint iron, eat a bag of dicks, but good. Nint iron, yeah, you definitely need it. Nint iron implies you do more re-rolling. Versus it takes longer to find the actual item you wish to keep than actually do it. Like technically we can just re-roll and rebuild, so it's not like the issue. I'll probably go do that, then I'll go look. I need to see how much I could just kill now and just get through. Because if I can just churn through, I don't have to drop down to 4. I mean, 4 makes more sense. But a lot of this is just... Like I said, Whispers of the Tree, are getting a lot. But if someone was wise, the Redditeers are probably complaining that's too much loot, it's too blinding. Because I make the joke they needed a loot filter in the game. Which, I always think is stupid. I played for years without a loot filter. Okay? I played years. The thing is, if you cannot filter loot quick, and to a degree, you know what you're looking for, then realizing that most of it is going to be trash. Okay. Sure. I don't farm whispers as much as they just refill. Like, a lot of these just happen to coincide. I don't like moving up to higher tiers.
appreciate that.
You come from? I really should save these for higher levels. Sometimes are good, sometimes are bad. The quickest loot churn you could ever find. Just find yourself a quick loot churn and let it flow. Yes, I bought the StarCraft skin. Look, the StarCraft skin for the one. Then I also bought the one for Spirit form. I don't care about the Doom skins. Didn't care about them. But, soft spot, you know. Look, call me odd. I didn't care for the Protoss. Like, the Doom skins were interesting, but they... don't tickle the pickle, so to speak. Also, I'm very much the Zerg... more the Zerg person. Especially, what is it, Zelnaga. Or whatever name you see. Very much nostalgic. It's like I should have bought the original, and I wish they would do it. But I don't think they'll redo it again. It's the original rerun. I want the rerun of the World of Warcraft skins. Which they won't do, I don't think. They're not going to do a rerun. Sadly. Because the current Death Warrior, but I think it's in the store right now. They don't look good. Like the current season is the Reliquary. It's the Reliquary is World of Warcraft's anniversary, which it's very flat texture. There's a paladin, but it's not as good. So
Step up to my anvil. Taken apart. Melted down. That is a scary craftsmanship.
I don't like redoing these. This is like medium joy. Okay, that's better. Well, we're talking to do site. The question is, do you want?
Fight well, my friend.
See, I will criticize. Some of the drip is not so great this season. It's better. It could have been better in the past. Like, this is the WoW one. See, we have the Warlock skin. Okay, the Paladin, it's class Paladin. This is the Death Knight. Sure. Druid. Oh, that's Barbarian. Okay, so it looks like every bit of just old WoW, like a sum. Like, that is not bad paladin armor till you see it up close. Like, if the moment you see this is nostalgic. It looks good, but like, no, it's still to me. No, this is a death thing. Like, it doesn't look right. To something about it, it has that good touch, but it's not as good as the Lich King's arm. So it's not as good. You know, it's the issue. I mean, pet wise, whatever else. I mean, this looks better. But as I say, you know, give me my little Hydralisk and then my other stuff. I just prefer that. Look, it's gonna go buy a bag. So much better with it. Guaranteed no one's matchmaking. It's the death of this season. No one's matchmaking. And it's hurting the multiplayer activities worst. Would you want to join me? Because I need to do a lot of infernal hordes. Would you like to join? Operator?
Hello?
Would you like to join me?
Infernal Hordes, 66,666 Aether.
Would you like to? You gotta do it.
It's a lot of fucking Aether. What level, what torment?
Well, I can probably kick it up, but I need to farm Bartok.
So you need to get carried. Carried.
I
I don't
can
know.
I can do it on 5 or 6.
That fucking achieves on 11, bro.
I
Bro.
know. You need
11.
I know it's 11. I don't care, but I just need the shit from Bartok. I just thought I'd have invite you because nobody match makes.
What? Nobody's running Infernal.
No, no one wants to run Hordes. No one's matchmaking. You know this as well as I do.
Well, okay.
You can join. Well, the more the merrier. I mean, if I kick it up to 6, it's fine. I had it started.
It started? What?
Apparently 2 people joined.
Oh, you found a group. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. They're probably gonna be getting carried because of my other. I have my other. But I need, like... Oh, never mind, though. There are low levels in matchmaking. I eat my own organs. Now, the problem is, can they kill? Because I need Bartok. Because I've determined, okay. I have determined that I'm going to have first to do the shadow. Oh no. They don't know how to fucking do soul spires. I am concerned. By the way, how is being a barbarian? You rediscovering your roots.
Dude, okay, so I thought the game had changed, but it isn't that the game changed. It's that warlocks are fucking terrible.
Wow! You are just saying warlocks are trash. Good job.
Warlocks are fucking terrible. And then, just to put the icing on the cake today, Mobilytics came out with their class build tier list. The first warlock build appears at tier C.
Mobilytics.
my
So
imagination.
Mobilytics entirely fucks it over.
Hey man, if you can get an S tier warlock put together, I'm sure they'd be willing to listen.
You mean the other?
So warlocks are fucked for the minute.
Well, that means warlocks you pay. They had theirs. They said they're C tier.
Yeah, it's fucking pay
God,
to lose.
that.
Like that. Are you happy now? It's pay to lose, Dragon.
I mean, I'm glad I didn't start one, but anyway.
Pay to fucking lose.
Look, I looked at it and I didn't like the look of it first. So, they don't know.
Ass class.
I guess so.
What's the name of your warlock build? Blazing ass. Would you like to try?
Well, but you got to 11 with it. You can't hate it.
I got the 12 with it. I got the 115 with that fucking turd.
But wait, but how
reality
were they clearing 150 then?
They're fucking cheating.
Cheating, you say?
There's one glitched out fucking ass build, and okay, Apocalypse isn't that bad, but
Okay, the demon one. Maybe there's an abusive. You were using Eviscerate. Okay, good job.
if you play 18 hours straight for 10 days, you can go get the gear to get the Apocalypse build to beat 150.
Uh-huh.
Right. Actually, if you use your credit card and about $2,000 real money and go buy the gear from the marketplace, you can go beat.
So you're talking if you have the higher gear. Now, I mean, yes.
Because you're not gonna find that in a week's time or 2 weeks time,
Ugh.
unless Jesus just smiles upon you in wondrous fashion.
Why the fuck did they take? Why did they take soul spiders? Sometimes why you don't run with people. We have the one to run the events faster. Okay? Take that one. I am a horde killing build. Yes, give me the hordes. You don't. Never mind. No, as long as I get my ring and I get my for my talisman, I don't care. I guess tomorrow I'll work on the blood one. See, apparently you can always play blood necro, which needs like 5 mandatory talents for over. Good. Okay. We're listed. So I am determined that yes, you want to complain about warlocks being ass. Can I tell you the woes of a necromancer that we it's not that the clearing is hard, we have to stack a bunch of fucking multipliers. And then because we don't have access to cursed aura. And you notice that Banished Lord's talisman has come back up again. Despite the
Overpower.
yes, I will say the funny part about, and I don't expect it to stay this way. Fun fact about overpower stacks. Did you know necromancers with a blood golem can stack it infinitely with cooldowns?
No, but that would explain how they're doing 150.
Does that explain how they're doing it? Yeah. You're basically staying fortified the whole fucking way. Yeah. That would explain it. Again, I would jokingly ask, you don't got a spare for the eventually. So, there's loves and losses in what we gained. We gained some, but I feel like, look, the hurting passives just means we stack more. Like, I'm almost all multipliers and no additives right now. So, it's all good. I just gotta get to the other. But look, you got your barbarian. You can just swing to win.
I'm much happier.
You're happier that way. Understandable. I am actually starting. I want to start the petition to fucking remove soul spires because no one knows how to do soul spires. They do not want to step in the circle and fucking do soul spires.
I think they nerfed the oval drops in the Nightmare dungeons.
I think I haven't done an oval, but yeah, they might have. I'm getting more ovals from the war table though. ovals from the war table and three. Well, it's obviously tree caches, but I don't know. Herodric still drop.
Uh,
Herodric still drops a bunch of them.
just for my general game knowledge, what item comes out of Bartok that you're chasing for necromancer?
I need the ring. There's a ring that gives cursed aura. They fucked it over. They took away cursed aura and then they put it on a ring. So I need to convert it into a talisman.
Well, they took away a lot of.
They took away cursed aura, right? And they put it on a ring that's behind Bartok. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, it sucks. It's horrible. And every build is using curse, right? But oh, guess what? To effectively do curse damage, we have to either have that as the talisman, A, or B, we have to use another offset. I'm like, no, you're not doing it. So, and then it's almost single-handedly wiped out the use of finality for them. So, and the good fun part about it is we don't have either. It's interesting. They give it, but they also take it away. We have a lot of power in CC and things, but the Cursed Aura and Executions was kinda good for quick clears for us. So, yeah, they're taking advantage of overpower stacks. That's definitely probably what they're doing. And they probably got one where they're firing that off. But I don't think they're using Golem. Like, the problem with, there's two of them. One, you gotta be firing it off. The other part is you can use Blood Golem to fortify you. Because you gotta use, like, 3 or 4 different talents. I'm already using it some on Shadow as a passive. So. Yoga came on this morning. Very late. Like after we got off this morning. Got off Discord.
I got my first trillion hit of the season.
I guess that's good.
357 billion. Yeah, just gotta add a couple more zeros to it. Everything will be fine. I'm tempted to see if I can farm 12 yet. I gotta be close.
Farm it without dying horribly. See, aren't you glad you don't have to go farm Asteroth because your character is shit? I mean, God. Jokes aside, I don't know. I looked at Warlock. Warlock looked good in one aspect, but I wasn't really sure about it.
What is a fate, isn't it? You know where to find me.
But it also means Bartok has to cough up uniques. And it's like trying to find a Mordecrux back in the day. You couldn't find a Mortacrux to save your own ass. Because Mortacrux was behind Helltide, not Helltides, but was behind this. And the problem it was originally, there's also a dagger that was behind him for like a season and a half. Got moved out from underneath him. So now he just has the Ring of Cursed Aura. Oh, there's also a special Nut Tickler ring that comes from Mephisto, too. I don't know if you saw that one operating. Yeah, it's really fun. Comes from there.
I'm stuck with the Butcher and Grigor.
It's sliver of hate. Yeah, sliver of hate. If that ever becomes a meta, that's stuck behind
That's it for that piece.
that's stuck behind him.
And neither of those two motherfuckers give me anything yet. Except crappy versions of what I'm after.
So where do you have to go for your special ancestral underoos?
What?
You're not using ancestral underoos?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The pants air rats that make those? Oh yeah, you're gonna have fun. They'll just probably stick it behind a greater layer boss and then forget about it. Is what they'll do. They'll stick behind a greater layer boss as they did Dawn Fires. I mean, sure. They'll stick it behind. I do appreciate the moving around. But I mean, at least Anduriel, you can at least find like pants and stuff quicker because she will drop those. Those are where you have to go. It used to be a pain in the ass to find Evan Pierce.
And there's a new caster boss in the pit that you can learn to hate. It used to be that Mother's Helper was the bitch.
There's a new one?
Yeah, it was called something of rot.
Oh, I have
Poison.
seen that one. Yes, I have seen that one. It also has a fucking immunity bubble where it does Sower of Rot. Yes. I don't learn it's like but yeah, the mother one was very annoying. It's the mother one's just really kinky. That's the trick about her.
I tried 7 times to kill that thing and then I gave up. Pit 120 though.
Oh yeah, Pit 120, yes. And then
Just
she'll
got fucking dildoed in the ass. Unwanted.
buy the poison or buy all the ads? Like
Well, the first one was when you get her down to her second, those marks on the health bar,
yes.
get her down to the second health bar, and she just shits an enormous poison AoE.
Yep, I've seen that. That's very annoying.
Fucking dead. Alright, so I come back. She healed up. Start over. It didn't go well.
You finally got her down there, and it's like,
I didn't kill her. I just fucking got out of there and let it go. I failed.
I mean, she's annoying. I've run into her in the lower woods. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be like the Mother's Judgment wood or whatever. They are just horrible.
I don't know. Can we change our gems in a dungeon? Maybe that's what they want us to do.
Well, we can change. Apparently, we can change skills and gems. But in
Did Ronda Rousey come out of retirement to do a single MMA fight,
a-
or am I just
apparently she got BTFO'd on in 17 seconds. I have no idea. I've seen it make it. Apparently, McGregor's coming out of retirement for one fight too. I don't know. Oh, okay. I see a paladin. This is gonna go really well if he wants to stick around. Cause I know that skill. Clear the soul spires. I can clear the other stuff. God. Ah. That's why I love my paladin. Paladin, I have all 4 ults. Because there's like a thing. Like a seal set that gives it. I think I'm liking that one. I mean, but if Mobalytics says Warlock is dead, then it is really fucked. Speaking of the sower of poison, discord or poison, there was one that I named one just in here. So does it feel bad? You hate though? I mean, you don't really hate though. Like, I mean, granted, it is disappointing. Warlock goes from being one of the best classes revealed in D2 to like being not the best class here. So, uh, the other stinker is that new mythic. Not very good.
No, I don't hate them. It just I'll come back when they tinker with them a little bit.
Yeah. I guess they didn't want another spirit born on their hands. I mean, you probably got one good build that gets to like 150, and the rest are just kind of mid.
It was disappointing to put that much effort into
How many hours did you put on that character before you realized it was
the 100
ass? Yeah.
a lot.
100? You're not gonna look? That'd be
I don't
worse.
I don't think I really wanna.
I'm kinda glad I dodged Warlock.
It's a little heartbreaking to put that much work into it, and
And then it's just so unique dependent.
it just doesn't go.
Yeah, that's the problem. They might. Asshole. Yeah.
the not letting you stay demon form thing is legit though. Like why a developer would do that, I just
Well, why do
wouldn't
you
even.
let Blood? Why do you? I Blood Wave just fucking. Why do you have it locked to a cooldown like outside of the other? So what they did is they varied it. So if you keep it, but you can still floor it. What are you talking about? You floor it with cooldowns.
I even took a necklace. Like you can use the transmogrify shit and only on the necklace put plus 300% time to how long you're a demon. But they just tagged the fucking lockout thing at the end of that instead. I was hoping it would go over it, but nope.
Step up to my anvil. Pity to break another.
Nope, you don't get to stay demon.
Oh, it took 3 times. Well, get it. I just gotta turn that to a talisman. Yeah, I'd be farming whispers. I want to farm whispers for the mythic, special, the mythic special ones. They drop from the greater caches. They drop the mythical tributes. They drop from the greater. It's a good time to farm. But I got it. You just gotta turn it to a talisman now. One- one- The thing is, it's not a bad statted ring. The It's not a bad ring for what it is. Like, but it's the only effect that is the cursed aura.
I took that modifier for the horde that allows. It says it'll more likely that your choices will include something related to your last choice.
Yeah,
It worked.
it does work. Yeah, so too. Okay, that's a good one. Burning Rain round 1. I think it's set on another one. All that ad. Hang on. I gotta get that converted to a talisman. So are you ready to attempt when you get your character level? Are you ready to attempt a 1 hour of Mephisto again on your barbarian?
I probably not. I don't. I'll be just fine if I never fucking see that again.
Really? That horrified?
It's not horrifying. It's just not my. I don't appreciate that
You do
kind of
not
shit.
like a hard challenge. You're not a Dark Souls player. There you are.
If they get rid of the instant dead bullshit, I'd love to do it.
Well, yeah, my favorite part is him locking out your skills in the last wave with a giant fucking AoE bubble.
If you get the material drop modifiers on your talisman pieces, does that apply to gem fragments?
I haven't tested that. I've seen that on some. There's a lot of like little ones, but you don't get tested. I know gold works elsewhere. Gold
I
works.
found an extra 900% gold. You want one?
Sure. I'll take those guys.
Not like that, but it's a six. It's a six banger.
Okay, yeah, no, that's perfect. Oh, that is fun. Actually, ugh. Oh god, this is like the perfect run. So it's like the perfect run so far, operator. Rain, Rain 1, Rain 2, and then Soul Spires appear less. Yeah, nah. 3 rounds. Yeah, that means the other parts are going to be whatever. Now, what are they using to generate infinite fury?
It's not infinite. I have fury regen on 2 pieces of gear. I have resource generation on 2 pieces of gear. You have to build a little motor to bring it in.
Is it not so it's not infinite? It's just it's not like infinite mana.
Well, I mean, I guess theoretically it's infinite. You gotta build.
Is it also Fury on Kill built into that thing too?
Not necessary. It's perfectly balanced. The fury drain with the fury creation. So I actually lose 8 fury every couple of ticks. You can see it go from
Yep.
240 something to 230 something, and then it goes back up, and then it goes back down, and it goes back up, and then it goes back. I guess that's infinite.
And then you have whatever gives you willpower and everything else.
Plus the Ring of Starless guy, right? 50%.
Okay, yeah, Ring of Starless guy, yes. The blood I'll work on tomorrow. The blood one, so blood wave necro, the blood version, just uses a bunch of stacking overpower. That's apparently the one that I think they're using to grind later on. So I needed. It's definite.
Should I make a bunch of material talismans and test them? Yeah, fuck it.
I don't know. I've just randomly tested them. I mean, I kind of did the whole. I know that. Then again, with it being the treat event, I am getting.
I'll do it. I'm a sucker. Let's find out.
Yeah. I know that salvage material, the golds, the other. I So we can say that the DLC class, the other DLC class sucks for basically. We could say the other DLC class is entirely shit. I think it's because what? Would you say warlocks are just gear dependent? They need too much? Or is it just they don't have enough interlocking abuse?
Well, first of all, I didn't realize till I came to another class. Their talisman is like 400% damage behind Barbarian, for instance.
Oh yeah, so there's the other. And they really don't have any. The thing is, they do DR, because you step on a dot, you're probably dead, basically. Yeah.
The
It's,
The DR thing was cool. It's a nice idea. Like I said, I appreciate the fact that they were trying to make a class with its own set of mechanics.
Yep.
And they said, okay, we're gonna make warlocks the DR class. It's very apparent if you go try to make one. And the problem with all that is all of it lasts like 8 seconds, 10 seconds.
And then you
On
and with
cooldown.
all the puddles in the game, puddles, lightning pillars, and fire.
Dude, there's a character in front of me named Wodijo's Butthole. What the fuck? Is that one of his mules? Or somebody making fun of him?
Okay, that is actually curious. I would wonder if that is one of his ults. But to my
I
knowledge,
hope it's one of his alts, because you gotta be kind of psychotic to, you know what I'm saying, if it isn't him.
you're hating on one of the more nicer.
Right? What if that guy never says anything ugly?
He never says anything.
He doesn't even say warlocks suck. He just says
They need work.
challenging. You may find it challenging to play this character at higher level.
It's like he just grinds and he does it. It's there. Now, if it was a Rax's butthole, I understand, or Darth's microtransactions, but, you know. It's... I mean, to be honest, okay, who's more of a saint in this game? Wadiju? Or Makuba? Who would you say?
They're both equal. They both don't ever say anything ugly.
So which one's God and which one's Jesus? You can only pick one. See, look, I understand making fun of Rob the Barbarian. I understand that. But then again, let's hope the person has it. It can't be better than the random Magic the Gathering or WoW names that I see in game. Like, I know where it comes from. I'm like, okay. There's some random D&D names in here. And I always see them. Did you have enough gems to make stuff for your barbarian? Or did you have to go live in the gem dungeon to go make gems for yourself?
I don't have any super Haradrics, if that's what you're asking.
Do you have any, do you have your other ones?
I got the tier below it, whatever that is.
Or, oh, you got them grand, oh. Yeah, but I would not like to play 100 hours to find out the class I played was total shit. He's going to brandish the Zealot Paladin. Pretty respectable.
Okay, Grok tells me that crafting material drop rate does indeed impact gem fragment.
I do believe it does. I've had it on gear and it does. I've seen it.
So
Right.
if I sit here and I blow a shitload of resources,
You get gem fragments, any kind, salvage or whatever. Yeah, I can't.
8.
I will say I can only think of a worse boss to have your shit stuck behind. It's not Astaroth. It's the Butcher. I do not enjoy the Butcher fight. I don't know about you.
Dude, you just gotta have enough DPS to make it pointless. That's the only way.
You don't like watching him phase and randomly go do shit around the
If
room?
you can't dunk him in like 2 seconds and go to
No,
town,
he's a fucking horrible. Like, if you can't, it's not good. He's just gonna be bad. Like, if you're not, like, what, physically? That's because of his phases. So, then the other one they stuck over there is the hand.
wow, that was the worst fucking run of luck ever. I just blew 4,000 resin to get 9% crafting material drop rate on one of these fucking things.
Damn. Just one? God.
One.
I don't think it rolls. I don't think crafting material rolls on them all. I think a couple of them have set rolls, from what I've seen. No.
Okay, so it can be done, but this is a project. I don't know if I'm gonna go there.
I mean, can you use it on any crafting material drop? Gems, baleful fragments, etc., etc., etc. Okay, my string of luck. I still say the best event you can ever get in Hordes is the Chaos Wave with goblins. That shit will fucking shit. Fucking haters. And then there's a paladin here with spinning hammers. Huh. My sound is not sounding good. That's when you know you're doing right. I love how Soul Spires are supposed to be a less option, but there was 3 of them in a row. What can I say? Let's see. I will say, can't see this. It's true. The concept is like a lot of war. I think a lot of it is, yeah, like they have to having DR is fine. Now, do I see the thing with the having permanent like enrage stat shit? Yeah, no. The thing about having permanent overpower stacks, yeah, they last and they go away. But once it starts, that's kinda how it goes. Fucking A. Welcome, you son of a bitch. Don't. Where's it coming? Oh. But I've always said this game is nothing but a horde clearing simulator. And I stand by that statement. And I have like, you said I need about 20 of those plaques to get the guy.
It's 1 every 5 levels, yeah.
I've gotten him repeatedly, by the way. Is it, you have to get 20 different lines? Or is it just 20 times different on the same one?
They gotta be 20 different ones.
Oh.
It's gonna be a new one every 5 levels.
Oh.
And then when you get to 100, it says, I see you. No matter what level you pick after that. Well, I went up to 120, so I don't know how to do that.
And you fought him.
Finally showed up at 120. But I can't say that you can only do it at 120. I don't know what makes him show up. Because I did probably 15 or 20 pits, and then all of a sudden there he was.
Yeah, see, I have one. Okay, so I was wondering about that. You know, I'm not gonna ask. What's the boss? It's not Lorath coming back to fuck with us, right?
It's Choron. It's like
Oh, it's Shoron. Oh.
it's him. It's the guy who's writing you the letters for 20 times.
Oh, okay, so it's him. Yeah. Okay, I was like, nah, I would be like, wouldn't it be funny if the secret boss is like, Lorath comes back to be an asshole? I mean, that makes sense. It's Joro. He's been in there. But it took him so long. What's his mechanics? Is he just like normal, or is he just like
He shoots a purple laser grid that you don't want to stand in.
a purple laser grid? Kind of
It's not a
that's.
grid, they're kind of like shot all over the place at angles, but there's a lot of them.
Is it as bad as Elias?
It wasn't a big of a deal. It was a big deal to me because I was at 120 and I was pushing at the limit of my build. And there was a big fucking yellow elite came in there with me right when he spawned. So it was overly exciting.
Overly exciting? For your,
If you get him at a level that your character's comfortable with, he'll just die.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that's like kind of normal. I complain, but look, he shit me a purple helmet. Well, that was good.
One
Huh.
of those plaques said, I found a forest, how can this be? And I just burst into hysterical laughter. I thought that
Oh
was
yeah,
funny.
there's some parts I'm like through there. Like the guy's insane. Like he was going nuts. Yep.
Mainlander. What brings that's it for that piece.
Want another one? Okay, so I want to use the ring, but I want the nether. I haven't gotten a dagger from this yet. The dagger, which is interesting. The dagger, there's supposed to be one. I'm supposed to have a couple of them. And that means I gotta respect less cool. No, I still have these things. But yeah, going forward, the Heredra Cube is actually a very good artifact. Like, I hope it, like, stays fine, because it is still a risk-reward anyways. Those. For the rare time you've been doing purple boards repeatedly and then get like the thing, basically get the levels on it. See, operator, what you need is you need to get you set a whole set of GA charms. Because that's the thing, the charms can go up to Ancestral and GA.
Yeah, I'm already working on it.
Yeah, it can be the Ancestral with GA. Now, I don't know, I haven't seen a double GA, but those are probably like finding the fucking, like finding gold or some shit, but details. To make a easier thing, to make a talisman, to make a unique talisman, you just need the item and 3 uniques, right?
You need the unique that you want to have the affix from,
Uh-huh.
and then any 3 talismans.
Okay. The unique, and then that's how you make it. Okay. Okay. By the way, I'm surprised they didn't give us a chance to re-roll uniques. Like unique talismans.
It came in.
Okay. Yes, I really don't need it to do something. So. We gotta roll all those other ones out too. Probably about 2 more. This one and 1 more. I have 1, so I can make it. But I might be greedy to try to get 2. it drop. Clubs drop, but I ain't. But I got one.
Mainlander.
No.
Ready for a massacre.
That's it for that piece.
Maybe like 3 jump ones. Oh yeah. They're never gonna get used. It's actually not a bad roll. It's almost max. That's that one. So to craft a talisman, it says one unique. Oh, it has to be an ancestral unique. You fucking bastards. It has to be ancestral, doesn't it? Use. That's terrible. Wow.
You could try it. I mean, you'll find.
Yeah, no, it's inside. It has to be ancestral. Stupid. And as rare as that thing is. Oh, as rare as that stupid thing is. That's bad. That's stupidly bad. That is dumbly bad. He dropped up in there. Judging by the way you guys are walking around, it's probably 12. Stupid. I'm scared to see how much those run. I am very scared to see how much those run. I don't want to see how much those things run. What's a fucking basic bitch fucking ancestral run? I don't even think a basic bitch would be around. I mean, it's possible to be around, but damn it. I need 3. Oh no, what is it? Omen of pain. I mean, Wow. Are we? Not as bad. Not as bad. Um, oh, you're not on. No, the person's not even on.
Priestess of Rot.
Yeah,
She's beat my ass at 105.
yeah. Well, I run into her. It's pretty. It's unique. Let's see this. Let me see. I don't see the stats on the item. Doesn't look. You know, some that aren't as expensive. The problem is they're just not showing the stats. Some people got them, they just don't want them. I guess this is it. Guess he doesn't. Guess he either sold it or got rid of it. Never mind. Guess not. This. Uh, anyone has any Care to even look? That is unique. There's unique. Then so you can sell. Yeah, so there's like a 3-star of it, but so there's like a 3-star of it, but well, of course, like anything, they're super expensive. Not because of the market, just because of rarity. Because necros are too far between. That's a problem. The problem is they're not expensive because there's not a lot of ones, but the issue itself is I don't think anyone has them. There's like one, it's like 800. There's one that's like 350. All the listings are like 2 weeks old, week old. Which I don't think people have. That's a problem, actually. See, the problem is that's what I need for my character. If anyone has it. And they're not very common. You can probably find a fucking unique charm before that one. So See, that's the problem. Can't. Anyone does. It's a couple.
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
I wonder.
Taken apart. Back to it then.
Is that head? A legendary knife? Oh, so it's yours. And terrible. Can't stop there. Come on, one more. Yeah, head? Oh, so nice. Next one will be even better. I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
Step up to my anvil.
See, that's gonna be a big problem too. But it has to be a common. Yeah, see, that's a big problem.
I'll be here, swinging away.
I can at least get these charms correct. Use those. So that's fur. It's pure. not the best. Now the combining doesn't always work. So combining these to what you want. Combining these to your relatively needs is never usually works out well, at least in my book. Then again, that's probably my luck. My luck is they don't align. Because again, the market's pretty. It's like what the charm is like only what 500. There's one's like 2B. But they're not online. That is definitely gonna suck. Because if only those were there. Then the ones who have it are pretty much wanting 15 billion for it. Ooh, that's so bad. And the problem is, yeah, at least I'd keep a set just for like future use. Boba. Pure inventory. CS never gonna work too. You're never gonna have that one. Boba pure.
Trace of echoes. I found one.
You found the trace echoes? Nice.
Undercity. No ticket. I just went in with whatever the generic Undercity is.
I guess that's lucky. You saying that was your RNG for the day, I guess? That's some really shitty RNG. $47 stats. Oh. Environment's discretion. Seriously? Want me to play a bow? That's just... That's the problem. I swear to God, every time I try to go do one specific necromancer, every single time, they always want something different. But that's probably just luck. Phoba and Fur. Fur is the other one. Right? Major, yes, so at least the other. See, that's the biggest problem too. It's like, that's a charm set at least. That's the charm set. So these are the sixes I have, but they don't exactly do what I need them to do. Because I have generic ones.
This should be interesting.
Problem is figuring out the other ones. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's just gonna be a pure RNG. It's either I'm gonna get lucky and find one of those bastards online that have the cheaper ones, or just find it. Either one. It's one way or the other. As far as finances, usually the problem is you have to have it's a item of type. But yeah, that's gonna be shitty. At least I have to figure it out. See, the problem's gonna be I have to get all those talents on bills. So, replace the ring. I have to replace the ring, probably replace the chest, probably replace the other. But yeah, I think I get the idea of the skills. I got several different ones. I just need one thing. Then again, it's probably going to be one of those ones. I'll probably, when I do this, to pick this up tomorrow, which will be later today. See, like, this is perfect. Perfect, perfect. See, perfect. The ring is different. I need a ancestral ring, which is horrible, and I'm gonna find one. Those things are not online at all. And that's an issue. But I could care less what was on it, as long as it is what it is. But basically, yeah. Then again, I'll just figure out the stats on the blood one. This probably should be easy. Be very similar. Probably do like offline grinding a little bit. Because I had to go kill about 100 bosses. I gotta do about 100 bosses and go turn in their layer keys, whatever's the easiest one. Sadly, the Omen of Pain is all of the unique charms are either basically relatively cheap, or basically the person's not online. And it's kind of shitty. And that is what I need. Problem is, unless I can get lucky and just spam them, find an ancestral. And if you can't find the ancestral, guess what? You gotta buy one. And that's a problem. So basically, yeah. Now I just gotta restat the other character. Yep, it's gonna be relatively fun. But I'll probably work on that today. Well, I'm definitely gonna work on it now before I go to sleep. Because I at least got the runes. The runes decent place. The problem is going to be the cooldowns. And that's going to be entirely separate. Basically, I make leaps and bounds, but not to where I wish to be. And I probably have to craft a new chess piece. I gotta see what they're trying to build. Like, there's several different options. Like, if they're trying to do, I assume that I'm going to flat out assume that it's gonna look different than the ones, but it's gonna look relatively. See, it's gonna be different than this. See, like, this works for this, but it doesn't work for the other one. Like,
tier 120. Let's see if it give me the goddamn mythic. Come on, baby, hook me up.
So the base now. Let's see. Like I said, you always keep extra gear. If you don't keep extra gear, you're gonna be paid. So the problem is life. That needs life. I mean, technically, I should be over there. Now the problem is the base outline. Yeah, see, I got this one. Unironically. You know what? The funny part about this one is that might be better because it uses Reap, which is kind of stupid in a way because it uses it. See, so the pretty much the basic problem is they're using. I'm not the biggest. Let's see. Traditionally, like I had this one too from the other day, which it's like, sure. Bloodwave, Sever, Iron Maiden, Bone Prison, and basically a bridge. So that's what they're saying. And Skeleton Warriors. Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not the hugest fan of that. Like a concept is here. Life and weapon damage, of course. Actually, go save this build. We need to go save that one. So, the thing is, talking Sever. Like, Sever is the... I've seen this, it's interesting. Like, they go Sever's cost is reduced. Which, I mean, if that's your version of CC, I fucking hell. Like, I've never seen such... Like, saying that you're basically that being your version of CC is rather, call it harsh. A little bit. I call it a little bit. The problem now is going to absolutely be like trying to figure it, because like one of them, like having, it's like maybe a slight difference. Like Reap is clearly still used. Like that's usually the thing. Like Hemorrhage Reap, the question is, like I know it's entirely separate. Like, but they're going DR. That's the trick. When you're going all DR, yeah, like good luck to you. You know, you're kind of going there. I mean, they're going all DR. Which, I mean, props to them. But that's resolve stats. Technically. And then the issue is itself is you have to have the okay.
Greetings.
So like reap is an execute at blood, which is fine. Reap is the execute at blood, which probably would be a-okay. Like you could use either one.
Hello.
But the issue is you have to almost have two offensive items. So the two offensive items, obviously. Feels like two offensive. You have to have see, that doesn't work. So I should just use that one. But yeah, like, basically you have to use Tides of Blood. You have to use this one. It has to be Tides of Blood. Fortify. Because the big deal about it is it uses like 5 different talents. Which all have to be on the gear. Which, and they're all offensive. Amplified damage, it's this one. Coalesce Blood. Thickened Blood. I already have Ultimate Shadow. Well, no, I can't use Ultimate Shadow. Crushing. And Tidal. Not supposed to be there. By Tides. Which basically you can have it like, again, it's supposed to be using Red Blessing. See, Red Blessing is used to be the amulet for it. Which, granted, is I just figure out how to get it to work. I mean, how ultimately it's just very odd because in reality you have to have 5 offensive talents. So it's not having conceded versus having here. Damage while fortified. Now, granted, people forget Vehement exists. Which Vehement is +2. Now, coalesce blood kind of goes in there. Thickened blood is based on your fortification. Title you could use. But see, title is doubled if you have a two-handed. But that's usually... The problem I have is I can only do a couple. It has to be a little bit to figure out. It's not entirely possible. Tides of blood is supposed to be potentially used as well. Because tides of blood... The thing about this is, right, that's the double. Like this. But there's like 5 different ones. Which is in total. Which, and that's not counting the regular. And that makes it actually so. And you're just abusing overpower. But I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out. It's just gonna be... See, and normally, right, it's sacrifice. I just gotta figure out how to roll it. Because, and then... See, what I would do is... So, I would keep Golem. It's not like they go, okay, sacrifice the Golem. See, they're talking about here. Mages clearly get sacrificed. Because you're using this. Now, it's not internally, that's actually how. But it's not that the build changes. Like, I would say Golem is fine. Like, Golem is there, so. But you have 2 basics. Now, the problem is, because there's not anything that accumulates in one. Because the last one was only like 3. Basically, I used everything that was dark, whatever was shadow, then you use the other. But I'll have this roll for tonight. The board's probably going to be easier. So if I keep that from my other one, that's different. And then probably use this one because Reap is still better. See, sometimes you see, I have to look at it, hemorrhage, or it's either going to be hemorrhage or here. Now, it's a little bit harder. Now, the problem itself is if it's reaping hemorrhage. Now, the difference between this season and that is I'm assuming they're still saying that they're getting. It's the same thing I have found. I don't like the idea of using curse without the ability to do it. I've always hated just randomly Iron Maiden on the thing. Severing Core. See, here's the thing about Severing Core. Sounds fine. Severing Core does not like. Let's see, they use severs mobility and it dashes you. So they treat it as a mobility, which that sounds dumb if you're treating it as a mobility. Now, I'd have to go look at the ones clearing the topper pits, but it is similar. The irony is they still use skeleton warriors, which is like, why would you when you're not? You're using Litany of Death. They're going life imprisonment. That's for your essence regeneration. And the thing is, if the between is just that, but it's not like you have to worry about the other ones. So the inherent problem is what? Two basics, keep the blood golem. I would probably keep the blood golem, which fortifies, and then have to figure out how to keep the stacks. So. Which is not unusual. There is a way. But it still uses blood wave. But it functions different. Yeah, and you're doing this one. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's kind of not a good one. See, this one? Like, that one makes sense. And that, now, reality is, you're probably going to go that one. At least you should, but it fundamentally is different. But it is so, but the thing is, the between. Now, weird part is I'd have to look at it, but it's like standing within your essence generation. Yeah. And draining life isn't the problem. And it's going off, I guess, resolve. No, going off making one full. But yeah, I'll figure it out. If it's too low, then if it's too low of a thing, I probably wouldn't do it. But I would probably keep the golems. Now the problem is it kind of fucks with sacrificial. Keeping the 3 golems. You just go to the 1 golem. Which. But I'll probably figure it out. More than likely. The question is how. Like, personally, you can go Blight over Sever. Because Sever is okay. Because Sever, if you're using it as a glorified mobility device, no. It's never. Sever was used as a darkness skill back when you basically needed that on your thing, and it was still a hybrid. So. And that's a bigger thing. Basically, it's Golem and they keep the other. You're not caring about the summons. And it's probably something that blows up. But I have to go look at a couple of them. The better performing ones. But I don't necessarily copy. I get the idea, because a lot of them are, like... the idea is you keep the stacks that keep giving you the fortify. That's probably what you have to keep. And that makes it interesting. Because the problem here is they go up to here. Because on Hemorrhage, yeah, they're doing freeze. And you don't use Reap. It would make more sense to use Reap. It doesn't make sense not to use Reap. Reap will probably be the most beneficial. And if the essence problem is an issue, because reality is you only have room for 1 skill. Because if you do 2 basic, keep the Golem, keep Blood Wave, which is this one, this one, this one, that's 4. You only have 2 left over. This was always the problem. So reality is, okay, you're keeping the Golem. So keeping Golem is probably the thing. Now, interesting enough, Blight can be converted over to this. Now, that's a little bit different. The downside will be, the question is, bone prison gonna be the one? Again, that's kind of how it goes. It's the world boss. This will be it. Anyways, I'll be back later tonight. Hopefully earlier. I mean, it's not like I don't got Kissimmee. I have these, but you know, I got these, but it's definitely not the greatest. Slightly better, but they don't have the life. I mean, who knows? If I use Reap, I'd probably use these. Then again, that's the weird one. Figure it out. It's just a math thing. I have to change this, and then I want to figure out how to fit in. Basically, see, you don't play defensive. But there is a ideal way. It's an abundance of 5 talents. And that's the bigger deal. Basically, it's Tides of Blood. And the thing is, it's basically and getting it to fit somewhere you have this, 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 and somewhere you try to fit that in, potentially. And the whole thing is, like, it may separate off from this because Ebon Piercer doesn't cause it to explode. But usually you don't give up vehement. And if one's worried about essence generation, which you could. I mean, that's usually consuming corpses. But if it's a creating corpse problem, that's separate. So I'll probably have to change out the amulet. Because Blight does Blight technically is supposed to defile your shadow. So, unless Ebon Piercer shoots 4. If Ebon Piercer shoots 4, that's going to be broken. So, till then, I will be live tonight, and I will catch this, because I have to put some theory crafting to work. It's going to be really, really interesting. Because the fact that it is separate, but the fact alone you have to have 5 offensive talents. The idea is you have 2 that piggyback off of 1. And to be honest, it just may not work as much as I think it would work. I'll have to figure out how. That's basically how it goes. Okay, so I will catch people tonight.